Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we have made it after several games, thousands of balls bowled, hundreds of runs scored and many wickets taken. We have made it to the final day of the 2024 season. We're here to watch day 4 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, and it's a day where both teams arrive knowing that they will be playing Division 1 cricket next season after it was confirmed that Lancashire will be going down to Division 2 with Kent. But yesterday it was a special day here at Trent Bridge for many people. One of those, Luke Fletcher, you would have seen his presentation yesterday as we got to say goodbye and thank you to the legend that is the Bulwell bomber. But also it was a special day for Kyle who scored 148 not out, and he caught up with the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day 3 to see how he's been getting on here at Trent Bridge and what his feeling was in scoring those special runs.
How have you found your adaptation to English conditions this last couple of weeks?
It's been good. First week or two was quite nice with the weather. Got you for some good weather, but it's gotten a bit cold over the last couple of days, so that hasn't been too pleasant. But yeah, the cricket's been good. The boys have welcomed me really well. Yeah, really enjoyed my time so far.
In terms of your innings here today, 148 not out in the end. Notts were in a decent position when you came out there. So what was your approach when you came in?
Yeah, like you said, we got off to quite a good start. Freddie obviously batted really well. So for me, it was just about trying to support him at the start, and then yeah, once he got out, sort of just make sure that the tail sort of gets as many runs as possible. Obviously, we're trying to get as many bonus points as possible. So yeah, for me to just stick around with the last couple of batters and make sure we can maximise that. That was pretty much the target. And once we sort of got to a reasonable position, it was just looking to kick on and bat as long as possible.
Yeah, I guess we've all known the equation in this game in terms of getting those points to secure Division 1 safety. Was big first innings runs a big part of that for you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you obviously get your bowling points and stuff as well, but I think having batted first, yeah, just try and make sure we can maximise that as best as possible is always going to be the goal. And especially after getting off to such a good start, yeah, really important to make sure that we cashed in on that. So yeah, I think the boys are pretty pleased that we managed to do that.
You spent plenty of time yesterday out there with Freddie McCann, who made his own century. What have you made of how he's played out there at 19 years of age?
He's been really impressive. My first game that I played, I think he got his first 100 for the club, which is really impressive. I think yesterday, just the way he went about it, absorbing a lot of pressure on day 1 and then quite a bit sort of the morning of day 2. I think it was 10 of 60 balls or something like that, and then the way he just accelerated and batted was beautiful. Yeah, 2 big hundreds now. He's got a nice calm head on his shoulders, which I think will do him well in the long run. So yeah, really like what I've seen. Yeah, he's a good guy as well, which helps a lot.
Yeah, how have you found settling into that dressing room in general?
It's been really good. Had a lot of fun. Like I said, I think from the first day I got here, the boys and everyone have just welcomed me in so nicely, and yeah, it's just been a really enjoyable place to be. Yeah, really enjoyed it. And
you've had a little bit of to-ing and fro-in off to Dubai to play for South Africa, and then back here for this game. How's that sort of adaptation gone in terms of formats and travel and all that sort of stuff?
I expected it to be a lot tougher, to be honest with you, but I think just the way that they've welcomed me in and sort of made me feel at home here made that sort of so much easier. Yeah, when I got back the other day from Dubai, it felt like I'd never left, which is really good. Yeah, just fitted straight back into things, which has been really nice.
And lastly, those bonus points today have secured Notts' Division 1 status for next season. What's the mood been like up there now that part of this equation has been achieved?
Definitely a bit of relief, I think. But I think more importantly, it's about looking a bit ahead now. I think, yeah, obviously next season we want to be at the sort of right end of the table and pushing for bonus points to get a trophy. But yeah, I think the guys are quite happy that we're staying up now. It's sort of yeah, set ourselves a goal at the start of this last 5 games or so, and I think we've done that quite nicely. So yeah.
So the thoughts of Kyle there, who's made a real difference to the Trent Bridge team here over the last few weeks. But as the players start to make their way down the pavilion steps very shortly, because the bell has just rang, which means we are 5 minutes away from the start of play here on day 4, it's time for me to do my usual end of season thank you. So thank you very much to all of you viewers who have joined us over this season and watched Trent Bridge Live. Very much for the comments that you've given to myself, to Kirsty, to our camera people, to anybody here. We really do appreciate you being with us on this journey of Trent Bridge Live. Thank you very much to everybody that's worked on this production over the last few months. We appreciate all your hard work in all of the weathers that we've experienced here in this year. And then finally, it's a big, big thank you to all of the commentators that we've had over this season. We know that Dave Bracegirdle in particular finds it very strenuous at times, but he is obviously a local legend. He is the voice of Nottinghamshire cricket. So thank you very much to all of the commentators over this season. And for the final time in 2024, it is time for me to hand over to the Sheriff of Newark, the voice of cricket here at Trent Bridge. It's a very, very good morning to Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge for the final day of the season. If you've been watching on Trent Bridge Live, Aaron's in that sort of mood today. He's a little bit flighty, he's a little bit flirty. He's got, I don't know, I think he's D-mob happy. He's in charge of the leads and wires here, and of course if you give somebody a little bit more responsibility, well, they don't just take an inch, do they? They take a mile, and it's lovely to hear from Aaron setting up the day on the live stream, Trent Bridge Live. Many thanks to Aaron and Kirsty, and as he says, all the camera crew that have been with us throughout the season, bringing the pictures and all the other bits and pieces here at Trent Bridge. So what are we going to get? There's a day left of the County Championship cricket season. There's a day left of this season here at Trent Bridge. We are, it's fair to say, not even halfway in terms of the innings in this match, with Warwickshire 143 for 4 in their second innings. Notts are down there on the boundary edge, so it's clear that Warwickshire are going to bat on. That's what we'd expect. I think everybody is expecting one thing and perhaps hoping for something a little different, which sadly I don't think is going to happen. But wouldn't it be? It'd be good for those that have come along and paid a few quid to have a little bit of a run chase later on in the day. But that, of course, would involve a declaration and a forfeit. And I don't think that's going to happen. It will be the bonus points. It will be individual milestones, etc., etc.
Well, the bonus points are irrelevant, aren't they? So the question I ask, I'm not normally in favour of contrived finishes.
Morning. Are you on your long run as well?
I'm not in favour normally, to be honest, of contrived finishes. I don't actually like them generally.
No.
But in this case, where no one else is affected by it, apart from minor positions, no one else is affected by it, why not? And it could still happen. Warwickshire could just bat for...
Well, I've
20 minutes.
I've thrown out there. I can't even remember what I put it. It's 344 at the moment. Is the Nottinghamshire lead. Give Warwickshire, what did I say? 70. So the target 75. So the target would be 270 in 76 overs. I think.
Right. From a Warwickshire point of view, I'm renegotiating that. You need to chase more than that. I would be looking at maybe knocking off the 44 and setting 300.
No, it's Warwickshire who are going to be doing the chasing.
That's true. Yeah.
Going to be doing the
but
chasing.
Even so, I'll still be looking at that.
You weren't here. I wasn't here Friday, so you saw that play. You weren't here yesterday, so I saw yesterday. It's flattened out. It's hard to get wickets, but it's hard to get runs as well.
Yeah.
I think 270 in 2 and a bit sessions, with obviously the batting side pledging to go for it might, well, I don't know. We don't think it's going to happen anyway. Let's hope it does. Good morning. We've started a debate already. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, the esteemed Clive Eakin from BBC WM.
Clive Eakin will do.
All right. Clive Eakin's here. Nicole Harvey's here as well. She's just been down on the field of play. Just seeing how the old live stream works down there with Aaron, who's in charge of leads and plugs. Good morning, Nicole.
Morning.
Last day.
I know.
Last day of the season. Last day in Nottingham.
I heard someone on the lift getting the lift said, I can't believe it's the last day. And that's the real. I know there's not many people here, but for the people here, it'll be good. But we were discussing off air. There is a small bit of jeopardy, and I appreciate this is not one that's going to have Kevin Howes ringing up Test Match Special and saying you'll have to come off a bit because we've got a really exciting situation here. But if Notts could bowl Warwickshire out for less than 250, they would move above them in the table if the match is drawn.
Sadly, Clive, there's been no advancement since you were last here in terms of the Batman scoreboard. So we are we're flying by the seat of our pants.
I've got the widgets sorted out now.
I like that phrase. Don't really know what it means, but I like it.
So here we go then. First ball of the day. To ball by Ahmed. It's turned round to mid-wicket by Sam Hain.
Brett Hutton's switched to the far end. Floodlights are on. You weren't tempted to don your lycra and do the old Nottingham marathon this morning?
Neither of those things was I tempted to do. But I did walk past it. I walked one way, they were all running the other way. It was an impressive number of people, I must say. Impressive number of
they've started
taking part. Oh yeah, they were. So I left my car here so that I could avoid those road closures. Hutton in, and that's turned round by Sam Hain. He'll be happy to finish the season on the high. It's been a difficult championship season for Hain. He's done pretty well in the T20 Blasts and also did okay in the 100. Championship's been a little bit difficult for him for various reasons.
We remembered your two stats you left for yesterday and used them both. Oliver Hannon-Dolby getting his 50th first-class wicket of the season. Congratulations to him. Will Rhodes getting 1,000 runs in the season in first-class cricket. Congratulations to him.
Well, if Ed Barnard can make a double century here, he could get there.
Well, he's had 160 here in his Worcestershire days, so don't rule it out.
If we get a situation where Warwickshire just batting first innings, I suppose anything's possible. Hutton comes running into bowl, and that's run down to third for 2. So what was it like yesterday, Nicole? I wasn't here, but it was in theory a bit of jeopardy for most of the day.
Yeah, it was a lovely sunny day actually, and I had a nice walk in the beautiful sunshine here in Nottingham. And yeah, I think we were having a look at other scores elsewhere and thinking, could this be, could this not be? And unfortunately, down at Worcester for Lancashire, it wasn't meant to be.
Never mind.
But yeah, we've had a good day of cricket, didn't we?
It was a historic day. It's a ball thing, I think. It was an historic day, as I discovered at 5:23 this morning when my phone pinged. Michael Goulder, esteemed statistician in these parts, at 5:23 this morning saw best to drop me a line that it was an historic innings yesterday, or Nottinghamshire's first innings, for only the 9th time in first class cricket. I'll break off.
Hutton comes into bowl and he tries to turn that on his pads, doesn't succeed, there's no run.
For only the 9th time in first class cricket, the first time in the county championship since 1974, there was an innings where 8 different bowlers took wickets. Yeah, that's what I thought at 5:23 this morning. The look on Clive's face then.
So Will Rhodes passed 1,000 runs for the season for the first time in his career.
Indeed, yeah, got very close. Warwickshire were in the 2nd division, but just fell short. So I was pleased that he managed that. Hutton bowls, and that's turned round by Sam Hain towards mid-wicket for a single. It would have been a bit of pressure on him because he probably would have been thinking, I might not get up, probably won't get a second innings to have a go at this. So he did have to do it in that first innings.
In case you're interested, the last time it happened didn't even happen in England. It was in Wales at the St Helens ground in Swansea, Essex versus Glamorgan in 1974. Okay. So it doesn't come along every day.
No.
Nor do I get beeped at 5:23 in the morning every day. Thanks, Michael.
Hutton coming in from Pavilion End. Just a smattering of people here to enjoy the final day of the season. Hain leans into that and plays it to square leg for a single. He's on to 62.
It's also the final day, of course, with the Pavilion in its current guise, when you think of all the things that Pavilion has seen over the years, and it's going to be reduced to a pile of rumble and wreck and ruin over the winter, or over the next few weeks, in all probability. Won't be fully completed until the start of the what year are we? The 2026 season. It'll be a building site pretty much over the winter, and no doubt next year we'll see cranes and all sorts of things at the far end, and presumably they'll have to stop work on a match day, but there'll be huge redevelopments here at Trent Bridge over the winter, and I guess keep out will be the message if you're thinking of coming along. Here's Michael Duffy, here's Nicole Harvey, who's got to drive back to Cornwall tonight. She's really looking forward to 7 hours on the M5 this evening.
Oh dear, so Duffy's going to come in to Hayne here, 2 slips in play, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in close. Duffy comes in, played onto his pad, a little bit of a squeal from the slip cordon, but
A
it's
squeal
clearly...
from Sam Hayne as well.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah.
I think he's adjusting his thigh pad, and I don't know if it's missed his thigh pad, as that can hurt.
I suspect it has. How many stops is that then between now and the bottom of the country?
Hopefully just one.
Just one. Yeah.
Hopefully.
A couple of really long schleps down the country there.
Maybe 2. Depends how peckish I get. Duffy coming in, Hayne on strike. Just back of a length. Sam Hayne just defends that. Angling it into him a little bit, I think. And Sam Hayne has already got one on the leg, which looks like it hurt as he walks away to square leg. Just takes a breather.
Presume yesterday, Clive, was a day to forget and not mention ever again.
I wouldn't go that far, but but it wasn't a great one for Coventry City. No, Leeds were good, but disappointing for the Sky Blues.
Duffy comes in. Just back of a length, defended straight back to the bowler.
Just a little observation about the City Ground. They leave the floodlights on a long time after a match in Nottingham Forest. They were still on when I parked up here at 8 o'clock last night. I don't know whether there was something else going on the pitch, but
It might have been Dave's fireworks that he kept talking about all day. Maybe they were going to have a little fireworks display and turn them off. Duffy in, short, worked through to the leg side, just behind square by Hayne. He's going to come through for a single.
Well, that's
first one of the over.
There's no...
well, it's 11 o'clock start on the one day international.
I thought it was another 12:30 or 1 o'clock job, so there's no county championship
so we're done
cricket.
with...
yeah.
That's been great service having that. Kevin Howells
Idle hands.
brilliantly keeping it together. I listened to a bit of it. Driving, there you are. I did listen to it, driving to the game yesterday. He was flitting from one match to the next.
We had guests in here yesterday.
I heard.
Didn't get a lot of cricket whilst the guests were here. I don't think if that was what you were tuning in for.
Lyndon James just dried the ball a little bit. Oh, and there's a big appeal there from Duffy. It's just played onto the pad there. Yeah, a little bit of dew around, just went down there, and they've had to dry the ball there for a little bit.
It's been nipping back a bit this morning, isn't it?
Duffy has trapped them both on the crease now so far in this over.
So just to create even more excitement about the remaining day's cricket.
Duffy bounds in. Oh, it's a great shot there, but it's a brilliant stop at point as Barnard's just going to get one. He's played a lovely cover drive, hit the ball late, but a brilliant piece of fielding then at point and saves 3 runs.
Yeah, Jack Haynes, the fielder.
We're now asking Lancashire to beat Worcestershire, because if they do that, then Warwickshire will move above them into 6th place unless they're bowled out for less than 250, in which case Nottinghamshire will leapfrog them both and finish in 6th place.
150 for 4.
And Worcestershire 0 for 1.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And they could, in theory, I think, if they manage to make a game of this, the winners could, I think, even conceivably reach Durham, who are currently 5th.
That'd be nice.
Well, I might just get into the lower part of the prize money, I think that. Hutton bowls, let's play to mid-wicket, there's no run.
Lovely to have visitors this morning before play started. Mel Smith and Roger Marshall, the 2 scorers, popped in to say hello, just getting their steps in before a day together in the scorebox over at the far side of the ground, which isn't working. Always nice to catch up with Roger and Mel, two proper old county championship cricket scorers, good fellas.
Oh, that's gone past the outside edge from Hutton. Barnard playing forward to that. Bowler's caused 1 or 2 problems this morning. What do scorers do in the winter? Do you think they just have piles of paper and spend the winter going through them and
drool over the wisdoms? prepare pieces for annuals, I guess, the yearbooks and whatever.
It's been done though, hasn't it, by now? I don't know. Anyway, in comes Suit Hutton, and that's played back to him by Barnard. There's no run.
Barnard, he likes to twist his bat as the bowler's coming in. It's quite risky, I think. Mistime it, and it wouldn't be ideal. Yeah, he did it yesterday, and I thought it was just a one-off, but he's just done it again there this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that before. That one is hit into the ground by Barnard. Past the ball. He's going to have to be quick, though, because that was picked up at mid-on. I'm not sure he was expecting. He ends up hugging the umpire as he completes the run, collides with the umpire, and they got there just about.
Yeah, good work by Asib Hamid. He's always a fairly bubbly, lively character in the field. Gets to the ball quickly and got his throw away. Should be 7 matches left in the county championship. Players started in all of them on the final day, because 2 matches finished yesterday. Hampshire beating Somerset by an innings at Taunton, and Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, well, they did decide to go for it, didn't they? A declaration and a forfeit, and then a run chase, and they've all got a day off.
Good for them. Again, it doesn't affect anyone else, so why not? Hutton comes in to bowl to Hayne, who defends. That's no run. I'll just correct what I said earlier, by the way. There's no chance, them realistically, of catching Durham, because Durham are clearly going to draw, you would think, unless they contrive something against Kent at Chester Street. Unless it takes 16 wickets, I suppose it's not impossible, but seems unlikely.
In the ODI at Bristol, Australia have won the toss and put England into bat. That starts at 11 o'clock today.
Decisive match then. Quite a comeback. This one is hits a pad of maybe inside edge onto pad. He was outside the line, so he just fell straight onto bat. No run. Number 16 bowling to number 16. I always like those little coincidences.
We had Roger Marshall in here, the not scorer. His son Richard Marshall is just one of the ground staff. Steve Burke's able deputy has just brought something out for umpire Jack Shantry. Not sure what that is. Let's have a look. Where's he going to take whatever he's just received from the ground staff? Why is David Mills coming down to this
Is it a light
end?
meter, I wonder? It
Well, you don't normally have the ground staff.
It is.
Oh dear. Well, they were almost rushing off yesterday every time we had a dark cloud overhead. The bales are being popped back on.
Well, I know there's not many people here, but I think they're going to get quite cross if the umpires take them off a bad light.
I did updates yesterday into BBC Radio Nottingham's Matchday programme, and it was obviously based behind us at the City Ground, and they couldn't believe that we were off a bad light behind us at the football ground.
Duffy coming in, approaching the crease. Barnard's just worked that through, backward point. He's going to take a single. Warwickshire moving on to 152 for 4 now.
To be fair, we have got the floodlights on, and it is a gloomy morning, isn't it? It doesn't really lead you to believe that it's going to be a lovely, warm, sparkling, bright day.
But unless they genuinely think it's dangerous, and obviously they have to put the player's safety first, unless they genuinely think it's dangerous, why bother coming off?
Worcestershire 6 for 2, Clive, sorry.
Okay. This isn't going to affect anything else significantly, but I suppose it's easy for me to say, I suppose, if they think it's dangerous.
Duffy coming in, Hayne on strike. Pushes forward and defends that into the onside.
These batters, I suppose, have already worn a couple of the expression that they use, isn't it, today, so I don't know.
Bowlers' run-ups are very visible at both ends, aren't they? Just a telltale sign of how damp it has been during the course of this match.
Yeah, and there is a lot of surface dew on the pitch, and they're drying the ball every ball. Noticeably, Lyndon James doing that. Duffy coming in, back of a length. Sam Hain sits back, just pushes that into the offside.
Well, you've been out there doing the pitch report for us this morning, haven't you? You've walked a hallowed turf.
I did. I walked out there, and I gave a word that he had to put into his piece, and he achieved that. So we played a little bit of a game, had a little bit of fun. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that, Dave. I'll see if you can guess it by lunchtime, see where we're at.
Well, I'm not going to listen back to Aaron's introduction.
Duffy coming in. It's Sam Hain on the pad, goes through, leg buys.
I mute him when he's on at the best of times.
They did a nice thank you to you.
I love that. The wicketkeeper appealing for an LBW as he races miles down the leg side.
To the square leg umpire almost.
My word, he batted well yesterday, Clav. I know you saw the first 70 odd of his innings, and the second 70 odd was terrific as well. Looks a really good player.
Any suggestion of him coming back next year?
I'd like to think there's some sort of negotiation. Don't know what South Africa's fixtures are. Be a good one to have.
Yeah, short but powerful, and played a great innings. Duffy coming in, Barnard on strike, and it's another. He keeps hitting them, and Warwickshire struggling to get about on him so far this morning.
In terms of issues, it's a shame really, but pretty much everything's decided. Well, everything has been decided before the final day of the season. So Hampshire clinched second place with their victory over Somerset. Somerset will finish third.
Even if Essex win?
Yeah.
Duffy comes in short, good carry through to the keeper. Barnard's left that well alone, and Warwickshire 153 for 4, 48 overs so far.
Yeah, Somerset are 27 points ahead of Essex before Essex points for this match.
17.
Oh yeah, my arithmetic's not really good, is it?
17. I mean, I think it's academic. I don't think they're going to get 19 Surrey wickets today. I know Harmer has had some very special days at Chelmsford, but it'd be a good effort to get 19 Surrey wickets in a day.
Yes, my apologies, my mistake. Likewise, I suppose Durham, if they got 16 wickets, could just about pip Essex for fourth. Kent will finish bottom, even if they win today.
Hutton from the Stuart Broad end. It's defended by Sam Hain.
Jagbody has been in touch. Good morning, and huge sympathy. The reason, Dave, there's only a smattering of people there at the moment is probably due to problems associated with the marathon. We've tried to park, but we've ended up returning home, and we're watching the live stream. We do hope to come down later if parking is a little easier.
Should be.
Shame about that. Jagbody, glad to have you with us. Thanks for your message.
Hutton in. Oh, and that bounce miss. I thank you for taking that last one. I'd completely forgotten how I'm supposed to do it. That's played down to the ground by Hain, and there's no run. Second division, that's sorted as well, isn't it? Sussex will be second. I have to now make this point. We all had to do a piece for the cricket paper at the start of the season, during which we had to make predictions. And I have to point out that I did get both the first and second division champions correct. As Hutton comes in to bowl, and that's come off the pads of Hay. Now I know predicting Surrey would win the championship was not the boldest prediction in the world, but it was correct. But I also tipped Sussex for the second division. So,
well, do you know, as I revealed yesterday, I was I was quite stunned because at the start of this round of matches we were sent back our original predictions, and all year I've been telling everybody, I predicted Hampshire, and I didn't actually. I went with Surrey in the end, but that was the only one of the four. I went with Glamorgan for Division 2, nowhere. I went with Notts for the Blast, nowhere, and I went with Lancashire with the one day.
That's defended. There's no run. Well, again, my other British weren't bad. I went for Surrey for the Blast, where they got to the semi-finals, and I went for Warwickshire for the 50 over. They got to the semi-finals. So I think I did all right.
I thought my little sneaky outsider Glamorgan for Division 2. If you remember the first day of the season, Sam Northeast got 335 at Lords, and I thought, now who's smug? But
poor old Craig Miles had to bowl in that match. He was on loan there. It was a very high-scoring game with a good ball. That one he plays down to the ground as Barnard, wearing a sleeveless jumper is Ed Barnard. He's had a decent season, captained the side in the 50 over competition. That was new for him. He's been vice captain the Championship, but actually led the team in the 50 over competition and won the most valuable player award, or the player the tournament award in that competition, and he's done pretty well in the Championship as well. So, in comes Hutton to bowl, and Barnard pushes that with the offside for no run. 154 for 4, Warwickshire.
number of people have been in touch already this morning. Many thanks. Mark the Mod, who we heard from yesterday, feeling tearful after we told him that his marriage would have to be annulled. He actually got married in that old pavilion. He sent us some photos. He said, this morning, folks, I'm wrapped up warm, very sensible. We're off for a walk in Knoll Park. That's where the Beatles made the Strawberry Fields video. Catch you later. Thanks, Mark. Richard Dawson, not sure where the season's gone. Been another super year. Thoroughly enjoyed all of your commentary. Everybody have a very enjoyable last day. Thank you, Richard. Steve Battlemuch, there might be a few sore heads out there if the players went out with Fletch last night. Indeed.
Duffy coming in, Hayne on strike, back of a length, worked into the leg side.
Just a 52-year-old, who used to be called just a 51-year-old, and before that he was called just a 50-year-old, says, Notts today, Dave, bowl Warwickshire out for less than 250, then we'll overtake them with a draw. That's my plan. Thank you, just a 52-year-old.
Probably finish 6th, the way things are going at New Road.
Wavy is wishing everybody a happy winter and thanking everybody for an important and enjoyable service.
Duffy approaches, short sleeve shirt on, hits Sam Hayne again. He's looking in a little bit of pain here, Sam Hayne. He's just bending over, thinking, ouch. There's Duffy has actually hit Hayne and Barnard this morning.
It's usually this time of year, obviously, when we say, well, hopefully we'll be able to do it all again next year, and thanks for your support and this, that and the other. I guess, Clive, it's a little more crucial this winter because there will be ongoing talks about the continuation of the commentary.
Duffy coming in, back of a length, worked into the onside as Lyndon James just picks that up and is drying the ball, shining the ball.
But we'd like to be here again next year, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Any birthday shouts for today, Dave? Just got a shout out for my older brother. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Steve.
Now he's the brother you like better than the other one, isn't he, that we discovered yesterday?
No, I like them both just as much. But Steve, I hope you have a lovely day. Duffy coming in, very short, and Sam Haynes ducked out of the way of that. I think he thought about hitting it, but it was quite wide.
Cricketing royalty today, in terms of the birthdays. Warwickshire cricketing royalty. Ricky Clark's birthday, born 1981, 43 today. Former Surrey, Warwickshire, played for, who else? Derbyshire played for England a little bit. What a slip catcher. At the peak of his career, at his very pomp, he was a very, very talented player. Good player, Ricky.
Sam Hayne on strike, just back of a length, hits its mid-on, no run.
No, he was a very good cricketer right up to the end of his time at Warwickshire. He was a fine cricketer. He did I think equalled the record. I think it was at Liverpool. He took 5 catches against, and we were suggesting that the next time the ball went in the air, even if it was on the boundary, he'd be pushing people out of the way to try and get to it first. But,
could catch pigeons, couldn't he? Really good slip catcher.
I'm just going to correct myself again. I did say that Sussex are second division champions. Strictly speaking, they haven't quite clinched it yet, have they?
Duffy coming in. Sam Hayne on strike, defends it straight back to the bowler.
They're 138 for 2 against Middlesex. When they get to 250, if they get to 250, that would clinch it. But Or if Yorkshire fail to get to 450, but they're not going to fail to do that, you would think, because they're 391 for 2. I mean, they're not likely to win that game, Yorkshire, with the time left. And Sussex are not likely to lose to Middlesex with the time left, but strictly speaking, they haven't quite clinched the second division title yet.
Duffy, that's his 12th over. He's just bowled a maiden, 1 for 44 so far.
I'm a little bit older than you, Clive. I don't know if you got to see Lance Gibbs play or not in the...
On that note, I'm leaving.
Okay, well,
no, I didn't.
Okay, yeah, I certainly remember.
I've got to go
Lance,
and do a report.
Magnificent spinner. It's his birthday today. He is 90. Crikey, that ages me, doesn't he? But yeah, late 60s, early 70s. Terrific player, Lance Gibbs. Is Hutton from the far end, and I deliberately said far end there because this is played up to mid-on, fielded by a Seabermead. I'll come back to that reference in a second. Lance Gibbs, first spinner to take 300 Test wickets, ended up with 309 in 79 matches, but for a decade or more played for Warwickshire. Is a terrific servant to county cricket, terrific servant to Warwickshire. Tall man, slender build as this is run out onto the offside, and there's no run. Long fingers, give it a nice old rip. Terrific bowler, Lance Gibbs. Trinidad? No, he's Guyanese. 90 today, Lance. So that's a couple of Bears' birthdays. Nottinghamshire all stand for the President. It's the President's birthday today. I've just mentioned the far end, the Broad end. Well, not Stuart, it's Chris Broad's birthday today, the Nottinghamshire President. As this has eased into the offside no run. Hope he's on the ground. Chris is 67 today, joined Notts 1984 from Gloucestershire. Straight away went into the England Test side, made 118 first class appearances for Gloucestershire, but then went on to have a terrific career for Notts, scoring 12,386 first class runs, played 34 Test matches. He's been a match referee international cricket for many years, as Hutton bowls into the thigh pad of Ed Barnard, drops out on the leg side, but it's his birthday today. The current Notts President, Chris Broad, happy birthday today. Other cricket birthdays: Mark Nicholas, the cricket commentator, former Hampshire captain, he's also 67 today, born on this day 1957. Michael Carberry, left-hander, of course, many years with Hampshire, ended his career very brief and not too successful spell with Leicestershire, as Hutton bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. Michael Carberry's 44 today. David Steele, former famous England international, silver-haired, spectacled batter who was called into the England side. 75 against the Aussies, 76 here against the West Indies. Always remember him and Brian Close getting a bit of a battering from that West Indies pace quartet. David Steele is 83 today, as Hutton comes in and bowls again wide of the pegs. It's 154 for 4. David Murray, who's sadly no longer with us, former West Indies wicket keeper. He was born on this day in 1950, died a couple of years ago. He was the son of Everton Weeks. What else have I got for you? Seb Coe, the former Olympic gold medalist, and is he now the ICC president, or is running for ICC president? He's 68, and on this day in 1979, Message in a Bottle went to #1, The Police.
Very good.
Remember that?
Well, can't say I do.
Message
but
in a Bottle.
I know the song, but I wasn't.
I know you weren't. End of the over, 154 for 4. And if it's your birthday today, happy birthday. It's also the birthday of Nicole's favourite brother.
Sam Hain on strike here. Neither batters look too comfortable so far this morning. It's a full toss though from Duffy, and he's got away with it, as Sam Hain didn't expect that one, as it's hit through to cover. It's going to be a dot ball though. Sam Hain saying to Barnard, what's that about? There's was least expected a sort of knee-height full toss.
Certainly any thoughts, not that there were really any serious thoughts, but certainly any thoughts of Warwickshire being fed a quick 50, 60, 70 runs, and both sides making a game of it have already gone.
Short, worked through to the leg side. Just going to come through for a single as Rob Lord fields that out on the boundary. Lyndon James is having a little chat.
50 partnership brought up. Normally they would put that up on both boards, but the Batman one's not working. One we can't see away to our left has just shown it.
128 balls, so that 50 partnership between Barnard and Hayne.
It's hard work having to score all these runs ourselves, isn't it, to keep count?
Duffy coming in. Barnard leaves that one alone. I just noticed in the slip cordon they've moved the second slip wider to Barnard.
Yeah, Freddie McCann. Joe Clark at first, Freddie McCann at second. You're absolutely right. Huge gap between Verena and Clark, and then Clark and McCann.
And interesting that Clive's not seen that prep as Duffy comes in short, worked through to the leg side. He's going to take a single. Bernard, every ball likes to, everyone has their little routine, but he likes to turn his bat.
I must admit, I keep meaning to have a look.
Every ball.
Yeah.
Season in the county championship, they're playing a match against Warwickshire and Trent. Here's Dave Brexton.
Yes, we all fear that this season might just draw to a dwindling halt round about 4:30. Warwickshire still in their first innings, 156 for 4. Very quiet start to this final day. Floodlights are on. It's grey overhead. Warwickshire batting, 156 for 4.
Thank you, Dave. Commentary on the
Duffy just bowled that, cut back on Sam Hayne as he works it through the onside. Kept a little bit low though, that one. Sam Hayne's repeating the shot and sort of signalling to his partner how low that one kept.
Nice message received from Trevor about the commentaries. Thank you, Trevor. Much appreciated.
Lyndon James just moving in slightly closer on the onside as Duffy approaches. Really good carry there. It's taken off there from Duffy as Sam Hayne pulls out of that shot. So it's just got bigger on him. It was a good leave in the end from Sam Hayne.
Just a reminder, I presume there's stuff still left, but if you're listening on the ground, it's the great giveaway, they're calling it, in the library this week. There's lots and lots of cricket books that they had multiple copies of. If you want to pop in the library at lunchtime, whatever books are left.
I'm going to pop down there, Dave, I am.
Books, magazines, what have you, over in the library. So that's up for grabs. A reminder also, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society will be running all through the winter with their regular monthly meetings. The website nottinghamcricketlovers.co.uk. Here's Hutton from the Stuart Broad end, and this is pushed into the offside. If you want any information, there is an email address as well, notscricketlovers@outlook.com. The first of the winter meetings on Thursday the 17th of October. John Morris had a couple of years here at Trent Bridge, also of course played for Derbyshire and Durham and England. Fine player, good speaker. That'll be a good meeting. Thursday 17th of October here at Trent Bridge as Hutton with the grunt, with the familiar grunt bowls, and Barnard pushes it into the offside. Now I'm really going to concentrate on Ed Barnard here and just have a look at this little bat twiddle.
Yeah, it must actually take some skill. Like I said, if you mistime that, and your bat's not quite exactly how you want it, coming down straight, or worst case scenario, you could actually mistime it and drop your bat.
Well, there was a little twiddle there as he walked to his crease. Oh, yeah! Hey! Hutton comes in and bowls and worked on the leg side.
It's almost just as the bowler's coming to the umpire, he just rolls his bat, turns it, and you know, some people have a front foot press, some people, yeah, touch their gloves every time before the bowler comes in, but this is actually on the bowler's approach.
Have a little look again, those of you watching the live stream. Taps his bat a couple of times. There we are. There is a genuine little bat twiddle.
Yeah, it's probably 2 strides back from the umpire, so about halfway through the bowler's run.
Brings it down nicely and helps it into the offside no run. 156 for 4, so this morning 13 without loss in 35 minutes, so clearly there's no real inclination or desire out there to gallop along, get this game moving forward. Here's Hutton. There's the bat twiddle, and there's a defensive push to Farhan Ahmed at well, a deepish gully sort of position. So it could be a day for the cricket purist. I think that's the phrase they use, isn't it? One for the purist. There are other words that can be used, of course, but I think people tend to
well, I suppose the only other thing that could happen is that Notts could try and get 16 wickets.
Yeah, here's Hutton. They're trying. Comes in and bowls. Barnard works this up to Ameed at mid-on, and there's no run. Ameed's throw is a little awry, but what he did do there was make sure that it was nowhere near the batter. We did have the last game here. We did have the unusual occurrence of the umpires just suddenly intervening. We wondered what on earth was going on, but Will Jacks had fizzed the ball into, would have been Ben Folkes keeping wicket, wouldn't it? It was so close to Freddie McCann, who was batting at the time, that the umpires leapt in, and five penalty runs for a dangerous throw, which again is something you don't see every day. And poor old Will Jacks was suitably miffed that his throw in had been penalised.
Duffy coming in. Hayne on strikes full. Just flicked mid-on. It's going to be no run though. Saw some lovely photos on the BBC website this morning. Best photos of summer of cricket. If you want to send us any on Twitter, any of your own, that would be nice to see. Dave, what's your at Twitter or at X?
At Praise Cricket.
Clive, are you on?
Not really. Send them to Dave.
Okay, send them to Dave or myself, Nicole Harvey 02. We'd love to see them. If you've got any here at Trent Bridge or down at Edgbaston even, that would be lovely. Duffy approaches full, flicks off his legs. A lovely shot there from Sam Hayne. That's going to race away for 4. Just wide of Brett Hutton at mid-on. Well placed between mid-wicket. Lyndon James and Brett Hutton there at mid-on.
He's only got the 1 century this season, Sam Hayne, so that was against Hampshire. This is only actually his 8th championship match of the season. He's missed the early part of the season for personal reasons, and then very unlucky at Chelmsford. He was hit on his helmet while fielding close in, and although he felt he was absolutely fine,
Concussion.
he was forced to miss the rest of that match and the next match as well. So he's only got 340 runs thus far.
Talked yesterday about his white ball record here at Trent Bridge, where he averages 113 from 13 matches. I mean, it's phenomenal, the number of 80 and 90 and indeed 100 not outs he's had here in T20 cricket.
The umpires want to have a look at the ball, I think.
Get on with it.
And
out comes the ball.
they're also discussing
It goes
the
through
light,
the hole.
I think. And
So-
it's-
Which has to go through one and not through the other, doesn't it?
and they say no, that's good to go.
It seems to be one of the almost one of the unwritten rules that whichever umpire you take the ball to, it's the other one that has the gauge in his pocket. But we sorted out. David Mills and Jack Chantry are eager to push on.
Duffy in, Hayne just worked into the offside to cover, just back of a length there. Duffy's bowled a really difficult length this morning so far. Wrapped both batters on the pads quite a few times. Also missing Sam Hayne's side pad by the looks of it this morning.
Late finish this one, isn't it? 29th of September. I know we
It's
went.
cold. I'm cold. You've got the
we,
window open there, Dave. I'm thinking about my coat.
I know we went into October in the COVID year, but
Duffy comes in. Well bowled. Sam Hayne debating going back. Comes forward in the end.
Worcestershire 26 for 3 in their second innings, leading Lancashire by 29 at New Road.
By the sound of things, it's not going to be easy for Lancashire to chase anything there.
No, it would have been very wet. Was it day 2 they saw no play?
Yeah.
Duffy coming in. Back of a length, Sam Hain rocks back, hits that to get cover. No run scored though.
Just a nice little moment for a young Nottinghamshire spinner, Fateh Singh, who we've seen in the 50 over competition for Notts. He's gone to Northants on loan, making his first class debut this week at Headingley for Northants against Yorkshire. Just got his maiden first class wicket, and it's one who'll remember. Adam Lythe LBW to Fateh Singh for 147, another of Notts' talented young group of spinners.
Duffy in, Sam Hain rocks back. That's a lovely punch through extra cover. And Mead is just going to stop that just before the boundary as he slides down there. But Sam Hain comes through for a couple. That was a brilliant shot.
It was a good chase from me, but he did have a... a sort of air of someone saying, oh really, do I have to? Final day of the season, I've got to run and chase this.
I think any normal day that would have raced away for 4, but the outfield is quite damp, and Sam Hain has hit that cleanly. Only gets 2 though. Warwickshire 162 for 4 now. Partnership now of 57 between Hain and Barnard, and Hain moving on to 69, Barnard 28.
He's had 29 runs now in about 42 minutes.
So it looks like Warwickshire are going to finish the season with just 1 win. So obviously disappointing. Who's it now?
Here's Hutton bowling from the Stewart Broad end, and it's defending. So if the Bears get to 250, Notts can't overtake them unless they win.
Correct. That's my calculation of it, yeah.
Still got Michael Burgess, amongst others, to come. Danny Briggs generally goes well with the bat against Notts. There's Hutton once more with the grunt LBW shout, asking David Mills, who just a little tilt of the Panama hat. Are they Panamas? That one is a Panama, isn't it? Anyway, not out is the verdict. Might have just been sliding down leg. Smile between Brett Hutton, who's had an injury-depleted season. This is just his 5th match, and umpire Mills.
It's not been easy to get LBWs in this match. There's been a few decent shouts. That looked a decent one from me. I haven't seen a replay of it.
Hutton once more under the floodlights, bowls again. The grunt in Barnard plays it out onto the offside. Lyndon James couldn't pick it up cleanly. And they take the single. 163 for 4. Hain has 69, Barnard 29. Yesterday, Notts, after being bowled out for 487, they got Rob Yates out in the first innings, in the first over of their of the Warwickshire first innings. Yates edging Hutton to Freddie McCann at second. So it was a good catch by McCann, because Lyndon James from third sort of flung himself across McCann, who managed to hang on.
I think he tried to steal it, didn't he?
Alex Davis left a ball alone that clattered into the stumps. Never a great way to go. That was Jacob Duffy, and at that stage the Bears were 6 for 2. 99 run partnership between Will Rhodes and Sam Hain, before Rhodes was bowled by Farhan Ahmed, who then 2 balls later got Dan Mosley LBW, 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries, as Hutton in again to Hain, and he's going to get runs here, and in fact runs singular down to Duffy at long leg, and that was it. 105 for 4, and so far this pair have put 59 on since.
Not been easy this morning for the batters. Ball's been doing a bit. They've been hit a few times, so they've dug in well.
Yeah, so far Warwickshire haven't looked particularly comfortable, but the bowlers have bowled well. They've held a good length. get in good shape.
Jack Haynes has just called for a helmet and the protective pads to be brought out as Hutton comes in and bowls again with the familiar grunt. Barnard defends. Now whether he's going in at short leg for one of the quicks or more likely because Farhan Ahmed's going to be introduced into the attack very early on remains to be seen, but expect to see the protective pads and helmet on its way out for number 30. Not that many people in the ground. The diehards, I must get there because it's the last chance this season, folks, are along. The regulars, the members who never miss a day's cricket if they can help it, as the over ends with another defensive push into the offside, but not the full crowd that we'd like to see on a nice warm sunny day in the middle of the season. But nonetheless, those that have come along, they're wrapped up warm, and they'll be saying towards the end of the day, see you in April, and the all too familiar winter well, folks.
There's lots of coats out there today and some bobble hats. I can see a man over there with his hood up, as it's pretty chilly out there.
Of course, we're envious, Nicole. You're going back to Cornwall, and where the sun shines every day of the year.
Oh, don't know about that, Dave, but it is a lovely place. It's quite windy down there apparently yesterday. Day 2 we had a lot of wind here. The flags were flying over on the pavilion. Going to be a change of bowling here at the Radcliffe end. There's Lyndon James is going to come in. Two slips in play. Hayne on strike. Short, work through the leg side. Might come back for 2 here. Yeah, they are going to come back for 2. Ahmed just picking that up. Wide, fine leg.
No ball called, which the scorers have not picked up yet. So Paul umpire standing there with his arm out. Finally, they spot it. I'm just doing some calculations here, because people will.
You're on your calculations this morning, Clive.
We've got to do something, haven't we, this game? People sort of complain, oh, Lancashire won 3 games, they're going to be relegated, yet Warwickshire won 1 and they won't. I mean, I do think 8 points for a draw, and I said this at the start of the season, is too many. I think it's wrong. If it were 5 points, Warwickshire would still, even more, this will be their 9th draw, assuming this is a draw, they would still just about have stayed above Lancashire in the table if it were 5 points for a draw. If it were 4, I'll have to work this out again now. I think it would be tight. I mean, carry on, I'll work this one out.
Yeah, just putting some sawdust down there on the run-up and just before by the umpire.
But the thing is, sometimes you play for what you know is your prize at the end.
Absolutely.
Is it worth doing that if we're only going to get 4 points? Let's push on or whatever.
James comes in, Sam Hayne hits that to mid-on, no run scored as Brett Hutton just picks that one up, dries the ball again.
To be fair, a number of people have been telling me since about May, it doesn't matter what about Notts, you haven't got to worry where you are. Kent and Lancashire will be going, they're by far the worst 2 sides in the country, and I thought, Lancashire, no, but they came here and Notts gave them a right old spanking early on in the season, and they've not really recovered.
James comes in full, worked off his legs there. Sam Hayne walking almost his single as he moves on, and Warwickshire move on to 169.
Yeah, even if it were 4 points for a draw, I think Warwickshire would still have finished. Oh, I suppose it will depend on how Lancashire's game goes against Worcestershire today, actually. All immaterial anyway, as you say. I was getting slightly irritated when people were making the point, oh, sorry, I've won more games than Somerset, therefore, it shouldn't be able. As you say, well, you know what the point system is at the start of the season, so I think any attempt to take away Somerset's right to win the title, had they done so, would have been unfair.
James comes in, Barnard works that off his hip, down to Hamid, wide fine leg there. It's going to come through for a single as he moves on to 30. 170 now for Warwickshire.
You know, you wonder how how long a meeting it was, or over how many years it was before they sort of settled. Well, 16 points is the right prize to have for a side winning a 4-day county championship. And let's go with 16. I mean, it does on the face of that. I mean, that's where you've got to start your bases from, in terms of how many points for a draw, how many you're going to give for the winners.
James comes in down the leg side. That's kept quite low, but Sam Hain hasn't got anything on it.
Well, it's evolved, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I remember it used to be 12, didn't it, for a win? And when I first started, that was that long ago, you got nothing for a draw, which I think is as wrong as having 8 points for a draw, to be honest. But then they ordered, I think, 3 points initially for a draw, and I guess they went with 16 then to have 4 points for a draw. For me, 4 or 5 points is right for a draw.
Yeah.
James coming in, back of a length. Hain works that off his legs, down to Farham Ahmed. It's just going to come through for a single.
When it was no points for a draw, you did see some teams, and it was at that time it was a 18 or 17 team county championship. There was no promotion or relegation, so you did, particularly as the season went on, you did see teams, once they realised they couldn't win, they frankly couldn't be bothered.
Let's have a day off.
Yeah.
Let's get it done.
And I remember Phil Neal, when he was captain of Worcestershire, took great pride in not losing matches.
Well, we touched about this earlier in the week, didn't we, Clive? And James coming in short. Barnard works that off his hip, but it's no run.
He sometimes got criticism, Phil Neal, for not contriving a run chase. And quite often he argued, well, if we did, our chances of winning would be very slim, but we would be in danger of losing. And he didn't want to lose matches, even though there were no points for a draw then. But not all teams saw it that way.
Warwickshire now 171 for 4, and the pads and the helmet have been bought out. Brett Hutton to come again here, but obviously making some fielding changes. Yeah, I think, well, I said this earlier in the week to you, didn't I, that cricketers always want to win, no matter how much you say. I know you say we know the point system and all the rest of it. Yes, you do, and you've got to make a judgment fairly early and be quick to adapt to the situation, but naturally you want to win. You don't want to draw, but that's the second best scenario, isn't it?
It is, but as I say, when it was no points to draw, not all teams seemed to care too much about whether they lost or not. Obviously they wanted to win, but they couldn't win. But anyway, so it'll be interesting to see whether they stick with 8 points for next season.
Got the short leg in now. Jack Haynes under the lid. Hutton to continue. Been bowling since the start, getting on for 50-55 minutes. Turned away, and now then, was that in the air?
The replay, was that a chance there?
Was that a good stop, or was that on the full? I don't even know if a replay is going to help us too much. Just
he inspected. It's spikes these days. We inspected his boot there, as if he slipped slightly when trying to dive for the catch. Here we go.
Here comes, well, Hutton's come rushing in, but here is the replay.
Can't quite see it on the angle though.
No, it's Lyndon James just round the corner there, and it went very quickly to his left. In truth, it was a good stop. It saved 4 runs, but we got a hand to it on the full. You have to say it was the first chink of light that Sam Hain has given the nuts bowlers and fielders this morning. He plays this one up to mid-on. There's no run. Ian Warrington's been in touch. A couple of my pictures taken on the live stream. Requested by Dave on the live stream. A couple of snaps from yesterday. Having missed a lot of cricket via clash of events and bad weather, I finally got a full day in, and Farhan looks a real prospect. Thank you very much, Ian. Hutton bowls again, turned to leg by Sam Hain, and there's no run. 171 for 4. The Bears, they began the morning on 143 for 4. Lost Yates without scoring in the first over of the innings. Davis for 5, and then Will Rhodes 37. In doing so, he passed 1,000 runs for the season, and Dan Mosley missed out as well. He was a second ball duck. Hutton past umpire Milnes, and again the grunt as Hayne pushes it into the offside, fielded there by, that's Sammy King on the field. Didn't see who slipped off, presumably a comfort break, but number 1 Sammy King on the field. What number have you worn, or do you wear, Nicole?
2 is my number. Jake Libby also wore that 2 shirt when I think he was here at Nottingham.
Hutton bowls to Hayne, who blocks this back to Brett Hutton.
Yeah, I've worn 2 for quite a few years now.
So if somebody joins your team from somewhere else, who's always worn number 2 and desperately wants a number 2 shirt,
They can't have it,
they
sorry.
can't have it, fair enough.
We had a young girl come in to the Somerset team and she really, really wanted 2. And I didn't give it to her, sorry.
Here's Hutton. Bowls. Driven
Shot.
beautifully by Sam Hayne down the ground for 4.
Lovely shot, just sat on that one and didn't even have to put his hands through it, just held his shape to hit that straight down the ground.
Did she take 22 instead?
No, I think she took some very random number, like 18.
Well, there is proof that these things do happen, because Alex Hales has always worn number 10. Hales always 10 here, 15, 16, 17 years here. Last year, 2023, for the Blast, not signed Shaheen Shah Afridi, the Pakistan superstar, who also always wears number 10, and lo and behold, Alex was wearing 3 in last year's Blast here.
There you
Afridi,
go.
you know, part of the deal. Depends. I guess.
think I didn't actually have 2 through choice in the start. But
Umpires are looking at their light meters again. I think
Well, actually, they've sent for the bag of balls, the
Right,
suitcase,
okay,
the
it's a ball.
briefcase, the
The flying
attache
case
case,
and the
whatever
ball.
it is.
yeah, I didn't actually have 2 to start with, and then when I started wearing it more and more, I thought, actually, I quite like this number, and it came a little, probably, I don't know, a little
So,
bit of
so
a
this
thing.
is all the cricket you play,
Yeah,
Somerset and Storm.
yep, and in the 100 I wore it as
Okay.
well,
What colour does Somerset play?
in black.
In black. Oh, all the colours under the rainbow.
Well, we
and you wear
don't
black.
play in whites, do we? So
Do you play any red ball cricket? Have you played any red ball cricket? When
Yeah.
was the last time you played red ball
Ooh,
cricket?
that's a-
There you are, 3 questions
you
at
know,
once.
you know, I don't like the. We haven't played red ball cricket for a long time. It's all white ball, and therefore it's all coloured kit, coloured pads. I haven't worn my white pads in quite some time. I did actually think about playing some club cricket with my brother, and so I had to think, oh, goodness me, I don't know where my white pads are.
And who would your club side be if you did? Who's his club side?
His club side is Camborne Cricket Club.
Oh, right. Oh,
also, Lewis Goldsworthy's cricket club.
Yeah, famous club, yeah.
So yeah, and Lewis has played a little bit for them this season when he's had time, but he's been a little bit tied down with being in Leicester. We're back on here. James coming in, back of a length, worked into the onside.
With the new structure of the women's game, is there going to be any room for some red ball cricket, do you think?
Not imminently, but I think that could be a way to go in the future. There's so much cricket being played and you're being pulled in different directions. It's whether they can fit that in, I would assume. But I think that would be good to see. James coming in here. Barnard on strike 2, slips in play. I think as they're sort of running it now parallel to the men, and you know they're going to have it exactly the same, the Metro Bank and so on, I think that might be something they look to in the future. It's just whether they can fit that in and time that as well with everything else going on, the 100 and England and all the rest.
That's the thing that crossed my mind, because I was actually talking to Gavin Larson actually about various things.
James at the crease, bowls full, defended in the offside.
And I mentioned rugby school where they have 3 50-over matches, and it worked really well. There's no firm commitment to go back there next season. I'm hoping they will, but there's no firm commitment at this point. And I did put to him, could it be that maybe they could play some of the women's 50 over games there as well and make it a bit of a festival? He did point out that the women's 50 over competition can't run alongside the men's because of the 100.
Yeah, the timing. James coming in, back of a length. Oh, that ball has not bounced above ankle height as the keeper has done a long barrier as it's dribbled along the floor. Verena's done well, actually, as that's not bounced at all. And Sam Hay and Barnard are having a little chat in the middle of the wicket thinking, well, that one hasn't come through.
That's a good one picked out of the suitcase.
That could have been a nice 5, that could have, if Verena had stopped the helmet behind
is
him.
shadow batting a big stride forward as that ball has not bounced above ankle height. James coming in. Works through into the onside.
So just going back to that point, I'm a bit puzzled with this idea that it's going to run exactly parallel to the men's game, because surely the men's 50 over competition, we know players in the 100 just don't play in the men's 50. But I can't see the women doing that. You can't surely play the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy without the best players in it, can you?
Well, you could. Anything's possible, Clive.
Yeah.
But whether they will do that is another thing, and it's yet to be seen from when the fixtures are released, whether they choose to do that and bring people in from the second 11, and it will give other people opportunity. Yeah. And actually, is that a bad thing? Because you've got...
There's no cricket in August for those that aren't picked up by the 100, are there?
Exactly, and you go away and you have to play your second team cricket to get some cricket, and keep playing there. But then that's taking second teamers opportunities away, because the first teamers are coming in and playing second team cricket to keep taking over. And actually, would it not be a good thing and a good opportunity for other people to come in and step in and maybe push other people out and ask some questions of the coaches? I want an opportunity, because at the end of the day, in the 100, unless you're playing for England or you're a big name, you're not going to have too much opportunity. You might be running drinks anyway. So I actually think that it's a good thing in a way, that it would allow other people opportunities, and you're knocking on the door and you're making the coaches think twice.
Rob Lord's coming on from the Stuart Broad end, and Peter Lee has been in touch. Hi Dave, can I just give you and all the team a sincere thank you for all the hard work during the summer? Can you also give a big thanks to all the stewards, security and backroom staff who've looked after me so well during the summer? That's nice, Peter, and I'll be happy to pass that on.
Driven out into the... Is it me? Shall I?
Yeah.
Hits that out into the offside. That's travelling. It will be stopped just short of the boundary. Slightly laboured end of season stop down there. And Sam Hain walks his third run. So 2 runs and a walk there for Sam Hain. He's on to 81.
Arjuna Ranatunga like. He liked to walk.
Sometimes Hain has suffered when he's had to run a quick run, particularly when he's had to turn quickly, because he does have some back and muscle problems from time to time. So I think he likes it when he doesn't have to sprint the runs. As Barnard pushes out, well, he's going to sprint this one. At least Barnard is the one going to the danger area. It's actually a well-judged run by Ed Barnard. It was tight, but he got there. I think even if the throw had hit, he would probably have made it. It's 179 for 4 Warwickshire.
Got nobody at all in the William Clark stand today, which is surprising, because it always surprises me that people do sit in the William Clark stand when they're playing over towards the Fox Road side of the square. But generally you get people, they'll just come in the gate and they'll just go and sit in the William Clark stand, but there's absolutely nobody there at all today.
So in comes Lord. That's left by Hain, and goes through to the wicketkeeper Verena, and there's no run.
I think we could probably count those in the Smith Cooper stand, and maybe 20.
Well,
or so.
I did count 9 earlier, but there's a few more in there now.
That's the one that never really gets the sun. It's one where you always do need your coat there because of the overhang. They call it the fridge. that stand because it's always so cold.
2 slips in place, slightly going through the motions, but actually it's been some good bowling this morning and good survival from the batters and 1 or 2 good shots. So the quality of cricket's not been bad given the lack of anything on it, really. That's played to mid-wicket by Hayne for no run. And it remains 179 for 4. Most of today's games look like they're going to end in draws, apart from potentially New Road, where Worcestershire are now 40 for 4, leading Lancashire by 43. Yorkshire are still keeping their hopes of winning the title just about alive, although it's only theoretical, really. They're doing what they have to do, but what happens elsewhere is not going to work in their favour. That's played down to the ground by Hayne. There's no run. They are going to get maximum batting points because they're already 445 for 3. They need 5 more runs and they still have 14 overs to get them in. That's against Northants. Presumably when they do get them, they'll put Northants in and try and bowl them out and win the game. However, they do need Sussex to lose at Hove, and that's surely not going to happen because Sussex are 177 for 2. In reply to Middlesex are 271. Then in fact, if and when Sussex get to 250, then it'll be game over as far as the second division title is concerned, and Sussex will have clinched it. Yorkshire, of course, did mathematically clinch promotion yesterday, so they'll be in the first division next season. That's gone past Haynes' outside edge. Sorry, I've nicked your... No, I haven't. No, sorry.
No, this is your over, Chloe. Oh, well, it was Dave's, wasn't it?
Yes. Anyway, that was a good ball. Let's just say that. It was just drifted away. And actually, as I say, the cricket we've seen this morning hasn't been bad.
No, it's actually been good. They've bowled really well, Nottinghamshire, and you know, Sam Haynes squared up there. But the battle has actually been pretty good, and the batters have had to really concentrate and sort of stick in there this morning. They've still played some good shots, but a lot of the time it's been a survival mode more than anything.
See Sri Lanka thumped New Zealand in the second test in Gore, winning by an innings and 154 runs after making 602 for 5 declared.
James coming in full, and that has been inside edged through to square leg. Is going to come through for a single.
England's women in action today in a warm-up match ahead of the World T20. They're playing Australia out in Dubai. Which is Amy Jones, of course, in the England team.
James coming in, Hayne on strike. 2 slips in play, back of a length, left alone by Hayne. About 7th or 8th stump that. Just tempting him. But yeah, it's been very much a survival. I can see Ahmed out there warming up on the boundary. He's doing quite a thorough warm-up today as it's very chilly.
England's men are 70 for 1 after 8 overs. They got a great start there against Australia at Bristol. Ben Duckett is 25, not out. Phil Salt hit 45 off 27 balls. He is now out though.
James turns and comes in. Hayne works that into the onside, comes through for a quick single as Brett Hutton's a little bit on his heels there, and they've scampered through for a quick single, moving on to 181 for 4 here, Warwickshire.
And Jacob Bethel wins his 5th ODI cap. He's played all the matches in the series, as well as playing in 2 of the T20s.
James comes in, Barnard on strike, short. He's worked that nicely, just guided that down to 3rd man. It's going to run away for 4. And he's going to move on to 36, I believe. Yeah, off 99 balls so far. Warwickshire 185 for 4 now. He's played that nicely, nice and late. Just guided that down. So that got a little bit big on him. James just putting in a little bit of sawdust at the start of his run there. Comes in full, it's driven through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4 there in front of the cinch board. James not quite got his length right here. on back of a length there, and the next one too full. Barnard moving on to 40 off 100 balls so far. Hayne 82. But so far, no, the bowlers have been on top really this morning. Batters have been surviving. But James has just let off the slack a little bit there. There's 8 off 2 balls, but he's back on it. He's just defended back to Brett Hutton. And that is his 6th over. He's 0 for 27, James, as Warwickshire 189 for 4.
46 runs scored this morning, no wickets taken by Notts. There's no let up in intensity out there, is there? There's lots of encouragement for the bowlers. Asiba is trying different things, moving fielders here and there. 2 batters concentrating. You can see the regular getting together and chatting. I mean, it's proper cricket, but we all know at the end of it there's minimal gain on offer really for either side. It is, as we said at the start, the battle between 7th and 8th really.
Oh, perhaps they are caring a little bit about this 250 mark. Warwickshire still got a bit of work to do to get there. As Lyndon James comes in and Hayne pushes out to the offside. Of course, for Hayne there's a chance of a century. He's on 82. Barnard maybe as well. Rob Lord, I beg your pardon, bowling.
Young talent, Clive. They got him from the national counties, from Cheshire, after Lancashire let him go a couple of years ago, having gone through their academy. Did well in the 50 over, and they've extended that contract.
He comes in now to bowl, and Hayne leans back and just pushes out to the offside for another single, and that's fielded by Hutton, and it's 190 for 4. She had enough, Nicole.
She's gone.
So professional cricketers are doing a professional job in giving the people who've paid their money, either in the form of membership, I don't know how many have paid to actually get in today, might be a few, giving them some decent cricket to enjoy. Good for them. In comes Lord to bowl to Barnard. He drives that, and it's through. They don't take a single there, slightly surprisingly. They were a little bit maybe anxious that the fielder might pick it up in the covers, so they don't take a run. It might be later in the day, it might start getting a bit silly, but at the moment I've seen some proper cricket, as they say.
Yes, I wonder if we will get any occasional bowlers later on once the points have been accrued, the follow-on has been saved, and all that sort of business. Ben Slater likes a bowl.
In comes Lord. Oh, that's a bouncer which is pulled by Barnard, and it's a really good shot, that. Tempted him with a bouncer, but he played it in a controlled fashion into the ground and square, and it's through for 4. Good shot from Ed Barnard, who's on to 44.
Yeah, Sammy King on the field out there retrieving the ball. Didn't realise yesterday until I got home. It wasn't forthcoming from the club yesterday, but Tom Loughton and Toby Petman will be leaving the club at the end of the season.
This next one is driven by Barnard. 2 lovely shots in succession there from Ed Barnard through the covers for 4. And he's on to 48. And I did make the point that surely can't happen. That he needs 241. Well, but I suppose if Warwickshire bat all day, it's not completely impossible. That would be getting to 1,000.
He's one that certainly at Worcestershire, certainly in his formative years, a lot of people predicting he could challenge for international honours in his career. He's a multifaceted cricketer. He can bat, he can bowl, he can field. There's an awful lot in that category, in that box. But if he goes on a run of good scores, it wouldn't be the the biggest surprise in the world if he did get some international opportunities at some stage in his career. He's always done well against Notts.
Yeah, he's had a decent season at Barnard, and he cuts at that to backward point. It's fielded. There's no run. 198 for 4. Warwickshire need another 52 to ensure that they stay above Notts in the table, unless Notts beat them.
Here comes Farhan Ahmed, taking his cap off, gives it to umpire Chantry at this end, so this will be a different dynamic, a change in momentum certainly as he whizzes through his over. Call him Whiz, the young spin wizard. He's already had a good bowl in this innings and got a couple of wickets yesterday, getting rid of both Will Rhodes, who he managed to bowl, and Dan Mosley, LBW, just second ball, can happen to anybody, of course, fresh at the crease, but a couple of wickets already. 21 wickets at 21 he's got now in just 4 first-class matches. So it's taking a little while for everybody to be suited and booted, all the helmets on. Haynes in at short leg, Joe Clark in at slip. He's just going through his loosener deliveries to Freddie McCann, who's come out of the slip cordon for the first time today. He's at mid-on. Nicole's back with us. I think you enjoyed what you saw yesterday, didn't you, from young Farhan?
Yeah, I think he's exciting, and I like his work ethic. He looks like he works hard and he likes to practice. He likes his routine. I think Luke Fletcher talked about him as well and said he's always bowling and he always wants the ball in hand as he comes in. Sam Hain works that through to the onside. Man out in the deep at mid-wicket, just picking that up for a single. So Rob Lord just picked that up. Yeah, he's got a good work ethic and he looks a real talent, skillful player for 16 years old as well. Just adjusting his field, he knows what he wants, which is also really good. Talked a little bit about that yesterday, Dave. He tells the captain exactly what he wants, and that's what you want in a player, especially a spin bowler. They need to know what their plan is. Full, swept away, great piece of fielding there on the 45, really well fielded. Just getting through for a single though, Barnard. It's gone down for a sweep early doors there. What we liked yesterday is he got a lot of up and down. He was really trying to get the ball above the batter's eye line, tempt them. Sam Hain just changing his guard now. One slip in play. Man under the lid on the onside. He's got a deep extra cover and a deep mid-wicket. So he comes into the crease full. Sam Hain comes forward and defends that into the onside. Nice little bit of drift there from Ahmed. So he comes in with his little skip on his approach. Sam Hain just sits back and defends that into the offside.
Outlaw Chris has been in touch, sorry Nicole, just picking up on something he sort of heard going around and sort of heard me make reference to. There's a lot of talk about there being doubt over whether there'll be any commentary available for us next year, either on the BBC or on the live stream. Surely everybody knows how important this service is to us all. Plenty of folks like me can't get to Trent Bridge. That's Outlaw Chris. Lovely to hear from you, Chris.
Ahmed comes in short. Hain sits back and hammers that into the man in close. Luckily, I think it's hit his pad.
I think it's just watch and see, Chris. I think very much there's
no harm in dropping a line to your county to tell them how much you value the online BBC commentaries.
The County and the BBC and the ECB, indeed.
Coming around the wicket now, changing the angle here. Sam Hain on strike, it's full, defended into the offside as he bowls an off stump line there. Actually just outside offside as I see the replay, but from this angle. Really good start there from Ahmed as Hamid's just having a little chat with him now, just discussing what their game plan is, I think.
Kevin Marriott's also taken the trouble to get in touch. Very kind, Kevin. Thanks for all your contributions this season at Brace Cricket. Had a very enjoyable 3 hours there yesterday, Dave. Much more enjoyable than my afternoon across the road. It reaffirmed that my cricket heart and soul still belongs at the magnificent Trent Bridge. Thanks to you all for your excellent coverage this season. Thank you, Kevin. That's very nice. Very much appreciated.
So
Brett Hutton's just come back on the field, I think, after a comfort break.
200 for 4, Warwickshire.
Used to get a point then, didn't you? The good old days.
I was about to say, it's taking me. I always think, well, that's a point, and then I remember, no, it's not anymore. We used to be 150, didn't it? That's played at mid-off. There's no run. About far enough for 150 got you first.
Outlaw Chris says, tell Clive I'm writing to the BBC as we speak.
Excellent. Well, not just the BBC, right to the county as well, because it's not just down to the BBC.
And the ECB.
Yeah.
Points of view. Who does points of view now?
So Lord from the pavilion end. Ball to Barnard is on 49. And he leans back and carves that away into the offside, and rather stylishly brings up his half century with a 4. He's hit some very good shots in the last few overs, in particular has Ed Barnard, and it's 50 for him off 108 balls.
Yeah, well batted, very fine player, Ed Barnard. Rob Lord has gone for 3 boundaries in 7 deliveries here. Just got to get back on it and start dotting up again.
So for Ed Barnard, that's the 7th time he's got to 50 this season. He's made a couple of centuries. Lord comes in to bowl to him. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That was better from the bowler. I mentioned Barnard's 50 coming in 109 balls. It was 8 4s he's hit in total. 108 balls for the 50.
Shouldn't have taken me till day 4 to mention this, but Michael Booth, is he playing as an overseas?
Yes, yeah, I did mention that.
Yeah.
If you were paying attention.
Yeah, exactly.
I did mention that. Yes, he plays in overseas this year, but I think they're hoping
Qualified,
next season he'll be English qualified. This next one is played back to almost affected onto the non-striker stumps, but there's no run. Yeah, and he's had that opportunity because, of course, Hassan Ali, unfortunately, has missed pretty much the whole season, which has been a big blow for Warwickshire.
Yeah, so when we went to Edgbaston, there was Hassan Ali and Amir Jamal.
Yeah, unfortunately, both suffered injuries, so Warwickshire effectively played most of the season without an overseas. They had Michael Ray in, who did a decent job, but he was there really to cover for the loss of bowlers through injury. That's driven down the ground by Barnard. It will be cut off at mid-off, so he'll just jog through for 1. Ahmed making a good stop.
Lord, he just can't get his length there. He's just bowled a low full toss. And
Well, then something's been announced.
100 partnership.
Oh, it is 100 partnership. But yeah, there you go. Off 198 balls. It allows me to check my stats again. So, 12th century partnership the Warwickshire managed this season. That's the 3rd for the 5th wicket. In comes Lord Lord to bowl, and Hayne drives that down the ground, 4 runs. Nice shot through long on, and Haynes on to 88. And Lord taking a little bit of tap.
Another low full toss there from Lord. Looks like he tried to hit a Yorker length, but Sam Hayne has made the most of that low full toss. So he drives it straight down the ground.
Yes, 2 overs none for 18 in this spell, Rob Lord. 4 boundaries coming.
Ben Duckett's still going for England, by the way. They have lost the second wicket. Will Jack's struggling a bit these days, isn't he? Out for a duck. But Duckett on 32 or 30 balls. He did play the best innings I've seen this season, I think I'm confident in saying, for Notts right at the start of the season at Edgbaston. It was a really enjoyable innings to watch.
Gets on with it, doesn't he?
It was high quality stuff. Looked to be playing in a different plane to everyone else in that match.
What did he make? 218, and that was the last time we saw him. Played the first 3 matches, or 3 of the first 4 matches actually.
Hamid coming in round the wicket. Barnard has come down the track and he's hit that over mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4. Great use of the feet there.
It's a good spell this for Warwickshire. I know Mark Robinson was a bit annoyed, I think, on the, well, it's the second day, wasn't it? For one spell in particular, one sort of hour period where Warwickshire's bowlers were being hit all over the place and going for lots of runs. It seems happening a little bit here the other way.
A little bit of too much flight. Barnard's seen it up there and he's moved his feet nicely down the wicket and hit that one over the top of Hamid. It's just moved long on back. Freddie McCann is going to come wide. Long on. Comes in slightly flatter delivery. Defended into the offside.
It's interesting how long Freddie McCann took to dry the ball there. I don't know if it's well, it's obviously still very damp on the extremities. He's actually starting to loosen up, because Freddie McCann's also an off spinner. We haven't seen him bowl yet. Might be spin at both ends.
Comes in, flicked off his legs to Hamid at mid-wicket. No runs scored. Slightly flatter delivery there. Not as much up and down. Barnard first ball made the most of that. Comes in wider of the crease. A little bit of an inside edge there to the man under the lid.
Sussex getting close to the second division title. 211 for 3 against Middlesex. Need another 39 runs to mathematically secure the second division championship. Yorkshire would have had a 6 batting point if they were allowed.
Hamid comes in up and down, nicely bowled, a little bit slower. Barnard just defends that straight back to him.
504 for 3. Some have suggested there shouldn't be an upper limit on batting points, but there is. Because I mean, they might end up with 7 the way they're going. They've still got 10 overs to go.
Hamid comes in. Barnard comes down early, almost a little bit too early. He was there and then had to stop as he defends it back to the bowler. Warwickshire now 213 for 4. Hamid, that was his 16th over, 2 for 39 so far from the 16-year-old. An exciting prospect for Nottinghamshire.
Sheffield Outlaw is the latest to get in touch about the continuation of the commentary. Just listening in from a chilly Upper Hound Road stand, Dave. Really hope the BBC streams and commentaries continue next year. Provides a great way for supporters to keep track of games during the working week, and for those of us who don't live close to grounds, winter well all. Same to you, Sheffield Outlaw, and Joe and Mrs. Sheffield Outlaw. I know you're all keen followers and regular supporters and followers on the live stream and the commentaries. Thanks for all your correspondence this year, and we are going to get Freddie McCann. So the spin twins are in operation here, spin at both ends. Twirly-whirly stuff, Nicole, which is good to see. Keeps the game moving at a fairly decent lick.
And it's nice to see, and it's nice to see what Steve said yesterday about the young players coming in and being able to take opportunities and go from second 11 cricket, come into first 11 cricket and make an impact.
So here's McCann, and he starts with a fairly tame loopy full toss, which is pummeled down the ground for 4 runs. So that was his loosener. It was met and dealt with accordingly by Sam Hain, who goes on to 92. Kevin Marriott, thank you for all your excellent coverage, everybody. It matters to cricket lovers like me. Your long hours and hard work are not in vain. Thank you, Kevin. That's very kind. Huge thanks, as always, to our camera crew and to Aaron and Kirsty as this is pushed back to the bowler. And there's no run. They've just about kept us on air and kept us on the straight and narrow this week. Aaron and Kirsty will look after the production side of the live stream and the graphics and everything. Next one's turned by Hain to deep mid-wicket just for a single. He'll move to 90. No, I beg your pardon. Let's wait until we're content that the board has caught up. So he'd gone from 84 to 88 very quickly with the boundary at the start of the over, so now he's gone to 89. I beg your pardon. The numbers had changed before I'd even had a chance to look at the screen as this is pushed back to Freddie McCann.
Yeah, he's got quite a short approach, only 4 or 5 steps in his run-up. As I say, run-up, it's quite a slow approach, but it's what works for him.
Bowls again, and this is very, very close to being played on by Ed Barnard. He went down, he sort of, to get into a half a lap position, didn't really commit to it, didn't go right down on one knee, did he? Just sort of went to almost lap it, paddle it round the corner, very nearly chopped it on. Takes a single now, 215 for 4. Just do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham whilst Nicole casts a beady eye over the spinners.
Yeah, I mean, very different.
Here is that update.
Nottingshire's county championship match against Warwickshire. Watching at Trent Bridge is Dave Briscoe.
Yes, I think we know the journey that we're driving along here. It'll be handshake time at 4:30 and a draw here. Warwickshire 215 for 4. Remember, Notts made 487. Steady progress this morning. Sam Hain 89, Ed Barnard 59. Warwickshire 215 for 4.
Thank you, Dave. Follow commentary on the BBC Sport website.
Mead comes in, bowls, defended straight back to him by Barnard. Yeah, I think that one just actually skidded a little bit from Freddie McCann. Went down for a lap, skidded, kept lower than expected, and almost chopped on. Mead coming in here, one slip in play, one under the lid, comes down the track, Barnard, straight back to the bowler. I'd have liked to see the 16-year-old have turn and have a little shy at the stumps, get back in your crease. But not at this situation in the game. Mead coming in, loopy delivery, uses his feet and hits that down to long on. Yeah, two very different styles of bowlers here. But both bowling spin in tandem at the minute. It's Hain on strike, he rocks back and hits that into the onside, thinking about a single, but Barnard says no as Brett Hutton scoops that one up.
Still day, isn't it? There's not much movement in the one flag. We haven't seen the Warwickshire flag this week. The green Notts one just hanging fairly limply from the flagpole for the last time above the pavilion at the far end.
Hain on strike, flicks that off his legs. No run, 2 off this over so far.
All very sad, the last day of the season. You say ta-ta for a few months to a lot of good people here. Jackie down on reception this morning. Last time we'll see her for a while.
What's your plan this winter then, Dave? As he comes in, is full, worked off his legs. Brett Hutton picks it up on the 45, no run, as he's now bowled 17th over.
There is the flag on the live stream. Since I mentioned it wasn't moving, it's almost like I've woken it up a little bit. It's just flickering a little bit.
Heard you calling.
You know, just get through the winter. That's
Yeah.
you know, that's the target. You know,
Get
the old winter fuel allowance has been chopped, hasn't it? It'll be extra jumpers, Nicole. You've no idea. Whilst you're down there sunbathing in Cornwall. Here's Freddie McCann round the wicket, bowls in jest. As Barnard pushes it into the offside. Fast open spaces in the offside. They've got Rob Lord out on that extra cover boundary.
Yeah, short run up, and it almost comes onto you quicker than expected, I think, here, from what I've seen so far
Sam
from
Haines
Freddie.
on 93. Loves batting at Trent Bridge. Does the Hong Kong-born Sam Hain. Defensive block to this delivery. Verena does the fielding. What an innings he played. 148 not out for him. McCann, the bowler, scored 130, and now Hain just again pushes it into the offside. It's almost like slow motion cricket as Brett Hutton just breaks into a jog to go and pick the ball up and throw it back to the bowler.
Yeah, interesting that. I mean, the field he's set here, he's got a cover out on the boundary.
221 for 4. Barnard again just happy to play an identical shot to the one that Hain played from the previous delivery, and again it's all almost walking cricket.
You know, they can just easily defend it in there to extra cover and take a single. He's got 2 men out, 3 men out on the onside.
223 for 4. Both this pair have an appetite for scoring big runs, and they'll be thinking about batting all day, I'm sure, as Haines has struck on the pad, but there was a lunge almost half the way down the track.
Nearly did the splits there.
Long forward defensive lunge forward from Sam Hain. Freddie McCann. There's 44. Bowls, and Hain clips it down the ground to move to 95. So Clive's back in residence, ready for the well, hopefully the big moment, and I'm genuinely not trying to jinx him. He's a terrific player, Sam Hain, and is into the 90s. We saw Verena yesterday. Just talk about the nervous 90s. What he went 4-6, wang dong, raising his bat, job done. I've not seen anybody go through the 90s almost as quick as Verena did yesterday. Let's hope Sam Hain is the third player in this game to reach the landmark, and hopefully Clive can talk us through it.
Yeah, he's on strike as Ahmed comes into bowl round the wicket, and it's a solid defensive shot from Hain, looking for what will be his 19th first-class century. It'll be his second this season. He's got 111 not out against Hampshire.
Yeah, that's the column that counts, isn't it? There's a lot of players with a lot of 90s, but it's that 100.
Then comes Ahmed to bowl, and he turns that around, but it's stopped at short leg. Jack Haynes preventing the ball going past him, so there's no run.
I think in this day and age, with only 14 first-class fixtures in this country, in this day and age, I think if you can get to 25 to 30 in your career, you've had a good career. You're a top player.
Blows into his hands. Farhan Ahmed, a little skip at the end of his runner as he comes in round the wicket again, and Hain, very respectful and watchful, defends. Not mindful to do anything silly here. Sam Hain. It'll be a nice way to finish. So it's been a difficult county championship season for him for various reasons. In comes Farhan to bowl, and that's edge just short of slip. I don't think that carried. Ooh. You think it might have, Dave?
No, I didn't care.
It was close.
So, yeah.
It was close. Boot high at best. Joe Clark at slip. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a little look at that at the end of the over. Assuming it was bat.
Yeah, I think it was. And in comes Farhan to bowl. And he just whips that behind him, Sam Hain. He'll jog through for his 96th run.
There wasn't any huge cry of catch it or any remonstrating or obvious disappointment.
It is one of the shouts that does irritate me in the field, though. Catch it. If I was a fielder, I'd think, oh, I hadn't thought of that, thanks. Farhan round the wicket bowls, and that's pushed out by Barnard. He'll get a single, which means he'll take the strike at the end of the next over. I mean, he will have 3 figures in mind as well, no doubt. He's on to 63. It's 226 for 4. It's a replay now. That's
I don't think it did carry to James.
Just short of him, wasn't it?
It was bat, but didn't carry. There's Nicole and Freddie until oh, is Sam on strike? No, he's not.
Freddie coming around, lapped.
He's now.
Yeah.
Down to Duffy.
Go and have the moment, Clive. Have the moment. Might be the last of the season, although there might be another one in shortly after lunch, which is only 20 minutes away.
Yes, 12:30, isn't it, the final day? Scott Reed was getting strangely excited about having a 12:40 lunch yesterday, and it did make me think that it might have been a significant time for the same reason it is for me. As McCann comes in to bowl and he walks forward to that hay and pushes it away, because 12:40 used to be the lunch break at school when I was at school.
Well, we did have a strange thing here. I called it absolutely incorrectly, as always.
This was a quicker ball from McCann, which is just pushed out the offside for no run.
Because we went for lunch at 12:40 with Notts being 9 down. And apparently you can't extend an already extended session.
Oh, okay. This next one is pushed out to mid-on for no run. So Hain patient. And again, a quicker ball from McCann, and he just pushed out the offside after a moment's thought. They do jog through for a single, and Hain's on to 97. You can carry on, Nicole. Yeah,
Thanks. 1 ball left in this over. Freddie McCann coming in flatter, back of a length, slight misfield, dived, and he's going to come through for a single. Barnard moves on to 65, 229 for 4, Warwickshire.
Here's some correspondence from Brian. I thought we'd done away with this first line. Sadly not. From Brian. Dear Dave, I'm sitting here with COVID.
There's a lot of it around still.
Enormously grateful to you and all your colleagues for the invaluable commentary and pleasant company. It's a service which I hope will be with us for many years to come. I note your suggestion it'd be worth the fans of county cricket writing to the ECB. Good to know you've still got your sense of humour. All the best, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
That's Barnard pushing that one into the deep for a single. Well, yeah, or the your actual home county might be worth writing to, because they're all involved in the decision making. There's Farhan now prepared to bowl to Sam Hain. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. The fielder coming in. Circle just back of square leg. The fielding quite close at mid wicket. Farhan bowls, and Hain again very watchful, solid defending, refusing to be rushed. He'll get this century in his own time, seems to be his attitude.
On Friday, for the first time in months, drove past Newark Showground. And my good lady says, you remember when we went there for our first COVID jams, and the queue was sort of halfway around the buildings and disappeared into the distance. come here out in the wilds, almost in the middle of a field, and you form a long queue to get your COVID jab.
Far handballs, that's clipped to mid-wicket, straight to a fielder. There's no run. Hamid stopping that. Asif Hamid. Clearly, if the captains did discuss a contrived finish, they couldn't reach an agreement. Farham round the wicket to bowl, and it's pushed out to the onside for no run.
Really nice bowling here, actually. Up and down, bringing Hayne forward.
And blows into his hands. And comes in round the wicket, and that's edge along the ground to short leg, and there's no run.
You'll remember your old mate Imran Tahir is a little bit like Imran when he gets a wicket. He loves a celebration, Clive. If he gets one, you'll see it.
Saw a couple great celebrations yesterday.
Goes off on a bit of a run.
In he comes to bowl. It's clipped too long, as in the air briefly. The bowler couldn't reach it for a turn catch. He's on to 98. I'm just actually doing my calculations. To be fair to Notts, come to think of it, they still needed one more point, didn't they? Which obviously they'll get if it's a draw. They got a bowling point. No, they didn't they? When they got the first bowling point, that got them to what they needed. Yeah, ignore that. Just scrub that out. Rewind the tape. Ignore that. So 231 for 4. Haynes on to 98. And he will be on strike.
Elsewhere, Worcestershire 71 for 5, leading Lancashire by 74. It's a little bit of jeopardy there in that one.
It could be a good game. Except the weather stays clear for that. Hayne leans into that, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. What are Sussex? Are they there yet?
Oh, I was just first in Division 1. Surrey 120 for 4, so no real advancement there made by Essex this morning. They need to bowl them out twice to win.
And Hayne plays back to that one, pushes that to the offside. He's on to 99. He has a little anxious look around him to see if Ed Barnard's okay, running to the danger end, but he is. Brett Hutton with the throw.
Sussex 229 for 3.
So they still need another 21 runs to be absolutely home and hose.
Yorkshire taking the Michael. They're 530 for 3 against Northants.
Why have they not declared? That's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
What's Master Wharton's first name? James Wharton. 259 not out.
But I don't understand why they're batting on in that game. They can win it if they can bowl Northants out second time.
Faster delivery there, worked off his legs. Barnard is going to come back for 2 as Duffy fields that.
I don't know if the score had refreshed. It's 5-3-4 for 3. Wharton 263 not out. Johnny Bairstow 45 not out. Wharton has hit 8 sixes, so he clearly likes a shot.
Barnard hits that into the offside. Comes through for a single. Haynes going to be on strike on 99. 201 ball faced.
One ball left this over. Well, he's been playing. I'm sure he'll be quite happy just to prod it defensively for no run.
Bring the field up. Not going to make it easy to get this single though.
Cricket's a funny old game, isn't it? Changing the field. The batter's on 99. Make it hard for him to get the single.
A lot in the head though, Clive.
Yeah.
Why make it easy? Bring him up.
McCann has already got a century in this game, and Hayne turns that around to square. They're going to have to be quick, and they are. And Sam Hayne completes his century. His second of the season, his 19th of his career. Kisses the Warwickshire badge on his helmet, raises his bat, and Sam Hayne finishing the season strongly. Now, when he came in, Warwickshire was still in danger, really, of potentially being blown away and struggling in the match, and even struggling for their first division status. So it's an important innings. 100 off 202 balls, 11 fours in that innings for Sam Hayne. And Warwickshire 236 for 4.
Was there well battered first and foremost? Was there a single there?
I tell you what, Barnard had a little look back and thought, mate, what are you doing to me here? Because I tell you what, he had to get a jiffy on there, and it was an almost chance for a run out there. But it's all fun and games. Sam Hain on strike here. Flighted delivery. Defended straight back to the bowler. Yeah, I think he had a little look back at his partner and said, well batted, mate, but you nearly ran me out.
Might as well come and play here, Sam Hain, because every time he comes to Trent Bridge, he scores a century.
Ahmed in. Flighted delivery. Worked off the legs. Great piece of fielding there at mid-wicket. No run.
Elsewhere, Durham made 360, Kent 184 for 4. They lost the first 2 days. In fact, they lost the first 7 sessions of that match. Worcestershire 71 for 5 at New Road against Lancashire. Surrey 126 for 4 against Essex.
In. Low full toss, worked through the offside, going to come through for a single as Jacob Duffy's just going to pick that up on the boundary.
The East Midlands derby, or the other East Midlands sides in action at Grace Road. Leicestershire 280, Derbyshire 75 without loss. Sussex 231 for 3, replying to Middlesex's 271, and Yorkshire 536 for 3 against Northants. Not done England. Forget about England because it's at the top.
Comes in, flighted delivery, defended straight back by Barnard on 69.
England 128 for 2 against Australia. Ben Duckett 43 not out.
He's been massing quite a total on the 17th over.
Ahmed comes in. Just back of a length. Great pick up from the man in the short under the lid. One-handed to his left.
I mean, I know it'll be seen as a relatively low-key series, particularly when it's between England and Australia, but it would be quite some effort for England to come from 2-0 down to win that series, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Will anybody remember it?
Ahmed in. Barnard on strike. Rocks back onto the back foot and hits that through the covers for a single and moves on to 70 now. Warwickshire 238 for 4.
I'm not sure people do remember the ODI series, or they remember the T20 series in the middle of the summers. I'm not sure they do. Paul Mundell has absolutely laid his cards out on the table. This is a drab end to a drab season for Notts, and it's quite fitting, really. Thank you, Paul. Keep your chin up, mate. We can do it all again in April. Sam is with us from Japan.
That's pushed out to the offside by Barnard. Just going back to England, I think it does matter whether it's remembered or not, given that England do need to they've had a pretty disastrous time of it in the white ball in both the World Cups. So they do need to start turning that around, and this might be a small step towards doing that. As Hain punches that back to the bowler, there's no run.
I see through your career you didn't actually win any medals. You played for England, but you didn't win any medals. Why was that? Well, the weekend we won the T20 Blast, I was away participating in an ODI series. It's wrong, isn't it?
Well, they were released there for the finals day, weren't they?
They just shouldn't be
for a single.
There just shouldn't be a clash. It shouldn't be an issue. T20 finals weekend should be a standalone event, the same as the one-day final.
I mean, it should, but that doesn't necessarily change the point I was making. That's played out to the offside. There's no run.
Great piece of fielding there from Lyndon James. Wide mid-off. Comes round. Good quick feet around the ball.
Do you think it's a standalone series against Australia, or do you think they are planning and prepping for in the future?
That's played a long on for a single. Well, they are planning and prepping for the future, I'm sure. I mean, you look at the selection. They're introducing new players, trying new things. In comes McCann. That's pushed out to the onside for no run by Sam Hain. As 102. 241 for 4. The batters have done well this morning because the bowling hasn't been bad at all from Notts, and they've asked some questions of the Warwickshire batters, but they've answered them successfully.
Yeah, they have. They've batted really well. Nottinghamshire in that first spell bowled particularly well and made it very difficult for them to get off to any form of start this morning.
Sam, domo arigato. Many thanks, Dave, to you and all your county championship colleagues for the commentaries this season. Living in Japan is amazing, but you do miss home sometimes.
Ahmed in. Barnard has played a lovely drive straight down the ground. He's going to go for 4.
Lovely shot from Ed Barnard. Sam goes on. Living in Japan is obviously amazing, but you do miss home sometimes. Having a bit of cricket, some familiar voices from home in my evenings has been very pleasant. It's very much appreciated. Thank you, Sam. Continue enjoying life in Japan, and many thanks for all your correspondence this season. Been very much appreciated at this end, as we've learnt a little bit more about life in Kobe.
Drying the ball. Yeah, we've had a few tweets in the last few days. That's been nice to hear from them. Barnard on strikes, just played a lovely drive, and again he's going to just beat the bowler, and he's going to come through for a single as mid-on can come around and cut that one off.
Ever been on your bucket list, Clive, Japan?
I'm not been to Japan. I was just checking, saw 2 Japanese players play yesterday in football. Tanaka came on for Leeds and Sakamoto for Coventry.
Ahmed just missed that. He's quite wide in his approach near the popping crease, and that just went to the left of the stumps as we look at the game.
Nagoya Grampus 8 is all I can. It was Gary Lineker, wasn't it? Going off to sign for Nagoya Grampus 8.
Hayne on strike on 102. 1 slip in play, 1 man in under the lid. No run as it's hit through to mid-wicket.
Don't think many of us have heard of Nagoya Grampus 8 before or since, to be fair, but Lineker had a spell there.
A little bit short there, but it's a dot ball. 5 off this over so far. He's into his 21st over, the 16-year-old. As he comes in, Hayne works that, flicks that. It's a half call for a catch by the keeper, but it's not carried back to the bowler. Just gets through for a single. Sam Hayne moves on to 103. Ahmed's bowling a little bit, not slow, but he's not bowling the fastest, and he's making the batters really work for their runs, create the energy, create the pace on the ball as he comes through and bowls. That's another dot ball. He's 2 for 52 off his 21. Warwickshire are 247 for 4.
Well, the batters are showing due respect to him. They're not trying to get after him or anything. They're just quite watchful.
Yeah, he's good up and down, as we said earlier, and good shape on the ball at times. He's getting that drift, but he's not giving them too much pace on the ball, so they've really got to work hard and create it themselves. And Barnard's done that a couple of times, coming down using his feet.
So we presume this will be the final over before the final lunch break of the season. And it's an appeal for the umpire immediately bowed his head as McCann was appealing.
When the umpire's not looking, your chances of getting a positive verdict aren't very good, are they? Just turned away straight away.
Yeah, probably on his front foot outside the line there, Hayne. McCann into bowl to him. Hayne defends that out to the offside. So these two 4 balls away from getting through the session. With Hayden on 103, Barnard on 77. So, this one, Hayne punches to mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's been good for the planet, this session, because I've not written a single word on my bit of paper.
There's been some good cricket, though. I mean, not the most exciting at times, but still been some good battles out there.
Hayne 4 defensive, back to McCann. You'll remember this game. I suppose it was always likely that Notts would produce a fairly decent batting track for this match, knowing that a draw would almost certainly have ensured their first division status. Hayne turns that one round for a single down to fine leg. We saw in the first day when only 16 overs were bowled, but very difficult overhead conditions, and Warwickshire got 2 wickets and are arguably unlucky not to get a few more. But since then, it's looked to be pretty favourable for the batters. McCann in Barnard for defensive again, and that doesn't end the morning session. They're racing around to get another over in. Are they? I don't think they are behind with the over rate, are they? Not that it really matters if they lose a point, do you?
They won't be with these two on now, but
they're going to not get another one in for lunch.
A little bit of debate, and they've decided no.
so that's it, folks. 2:48 for 4 at lunch. Well battered Sam Hain. He'll get a great ovation when he goes off, and deservedly so. Ed Barnard is with him. He'll be eyeing up a 3-figure score for himself this afternoon. No wickets have gone down this morning. Warwickshire within 2 of a batting bonus point at 2:48 for 4. Hain is 104. Ed Barnard 77. Sincere thanks to Clive and to Nicole for their company and commentary this morning. Thanks to you for getting in touch, and we'll be back, the 3 of us, in around 40 minutes time, and I hope you'll join us then. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, as the umpires' players make their way out onto the hallowed turf for the 11th of the 12th sessions in this final county championship match of the season. Division 1 cricket guaranteed for both these sides next year. Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire will lock horns once again. A little bit of business to take care of in this match, first and foremost, with Warwickshire just a couple of runs away from a first batting bonus point. That will take them to 250. They're 248 for 4 after 75 overs. Also means, of course, with the 75 over mark having been reached, we're just 5 overs away from Notts having the opportunity of taking a second new ball. We'll be starting with spin, as we were for the last however long before lunch, with Farhan Ahmed to bowl from this end, the Radcliffe Road end. We did have Freddie McCann accompanying him at the far end before the interval. Be interesting to see if they do go with spin at both ends.
Have I missed anything?
Well, no, not really, not a thing at all. I was, I don't know. I don't know, Clive, you see, because all this game we've been saying that Nicole Harvey is on 199 county championship wickets. I reckon she's perhaps just taken her 200th wicket in county championship cricket out there on the hallowed turf during the luncheon interval, because I saw her out there bowling and saw her celebrating a wicket. We'll come to that in a moment, because Farhan is going to get us underway for the afternoon session and bowls, and straight away turned on the leg side by Hayne, and there's no run. Welcome back. You were out there playing.
Wow, yeah, it was very chilly out there. I had a few layers on there today.
You get any turn out there?
No, Imi, 6. She was smashing me back over my head. 6 to finish the day. Great shots. Might go back out there for teas.
Lovely to see. Farhan Ahmed bowls to Sam Hayne, drops it on the leg side. Off spinner bowling, so predominantly a leg side field. There's 6 of them there. They're just trying to dry up the runs for Sam Hayne, who's played beautifully in this innings. There's 104 not out from 218 deliveries. Ed Barnard 77 not out from 142. And they've added 143 for this wicket so far, as again it's dropped on the leg side. Asiba Mead does the fielding, and the first clue as to who might bowl at the far end given by Freddie McCann, who down below us is whirling and wheeling away with some practice deliveries. Farhan very deliberately sets off and flights a delivery down to the far end, which Hayne again turns to mid-wicket to Asiba Mead. Not entirely sure why Notts need 3 fielders on the offside, because everything is going to be played on this side.
So we've got Notts and Warwickshire in for England at the moment. The one day, Ben Duckett's on 97, and he's been joined by Jacob Bethel, who's on 4.
I mentioned this morning about those people that keep getting out in the 90s, and Ben's been a little bit like that in his England career so far. This is turned away, and Hayne will get a single. And Rob Lord comes in from the fence to field. 1 ball left in the over, 249 for 4.
Well, England lost a few wickets, but they're 226 for 5. They're only in the 31st over there. But got to be careful, I guess, they don't lose too many wickets. Ben Duckett's just moved on to 98.
There's Ed Barnard, who's on 77. Farhan Ahmed bowls to him. Barnard uses his feet, skips down the track and drives it to a deepish mid-on, where it's fielded by Freddie McCann. So that is the 250, up to complete indifference all around Trent Bridge. James Hayes comes rushing on with something for Carl Verena, something that the Notts keeper had left behind in the dressing room. 250 for 4.
But that 250 does mean now that, assuming that this ends in a draw, which it almost certainly will, Warwickshire will stay above Notts in the final table, and if Lancashire beat Worcestershire, then Warwickshire would actually finish 6th in the final table.
Yeah.
Bit of work to do in that one, though, at New Road, isn't there, for a positive result?
Yes, that could go either way. Well, probably be a positive result. Sorry.
Stuart Broadend. Barnard just turns that into the offside. Scampers through for a slowish single. There's a cover out on the boundary, and they're leaving that area quite open.
As long as it doesn't rain, there's a likely result one way or the other. Worcestershire 78 for 6, only lead by 81.
Hayne just taking off stump there, marking his guard. McCann coming in. Hayne hits that nicely down to the man at long on. He's going to come through for a single, just sits back, full face of the bat down the ground. Moves on to 106 after lunch. It's batted really well, Sam Hayne. McCann in, short, cut through to the cover. The man out on the boundary just picking that up. Rob Lord out there.
I think it is a day to practice your different styles of throwing in there. Rob Lord sort of underarm speared that in. A different sort of throw to the traditional one.
McCann in. Hayne works that off his hip. Nice shot. Through to the man out at mid-wicket. Gets through for another single. Yeah, certainly cold out there. I had a big high neck jumper on and a coat. I was still a bit chilly. Dot ball there, defended into the offside.
So there's a big incentive here for Notts to bowl Warwickshire out, which is to get out of the cold into the warm of the changing room and hope your opening batters can bat out the rest of the day.
McCann in, defended, and a scamper through for one. So it hit just in front of point.
If that did happen, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, Ben Slater, yes, is an opener, but also Joe Clark. They're both in the 900 and somethings. Both need 50 or so, it'd be interesting to see if...
That's 150 partnership between Hayne and Barnard. Hayne adding 61, Barnard 81 off 283 balls.
I mean, Warwickshire's feels always saying, keep at it, Ed and Sam. We're quite comfy here in the pavilion.
Yeah, I can remember a couple of days of first-class cricket, at least, that I've sat through where there's not been a single wicket that's fallen, and this one might be one of those, although we, as I say, we might mercilessly be put out of our misery around about 4:30. Here's Farhan Ahmed to continue into now is... This is down the leg side, and there is a wicket. The wicket has fallen. Farhan's got his third. A subdued celebration, at least for the time being, but it is Ed Barnard who falls for 81. Just taken on the leg side sweep, top edged it a little bit down to long leg. And Notts do have the breakthrough, the first wicket of the day. So is that going to just start a little bit of a spiral as Warwickshire perhaps have a mini collapse after lunch? They've got that first batting point, but Farhan Ahmed gets his third wicket, and Ed Barnard will have to drag himself off out for a very splendid 81 as Farhan gets his third wicket. Just slight top edge down to in fact Sammy King down there taking the catch, a subfielder, I think. It's
he looks distraught there, Ed Barnard. He's missed out on a century which he'll feel he should have got. But just sweeping that and quite time it right. It's good innings, but he'll be disappointed that he didn't make it into three figures. He has got past 800 runs for the season in the course of that innings.
Yeah, it's a good knock. They keep on coming. I'm afraid Notts are nowhere near getting down to the rabbits yet, because Michael Burgess, very fine player indeed. Really rate and respect Burgess as a batter as well as a keeper. Really good player. When he comes in just shy of that second new ball, and you know the players you speak to over the years, they always say it's a good time to get a wicket, isn't it? Just before that second new ball becomes due, assuming Notts will take it. They might not. They might want to keep going with the old dog chewed one once they've got the two spinners operating. But if they do take the second new ball, it'll be an ideal time with somebody fresh at the crease. So 255 for 5. Always nice, I think. In fact, he's going off now. I was going to say, always nice, I think, if a subfielder comes on and makes an impact. I just wonder if he's only on for that one ball, because Brett Hutton has just come back onto the field, and Sammy King, yeah, no problem. It's all right, coach, no problem. Just having taken his catch. He might just have been on for that one ball. We did see him before lunch on for a couple of overs, but he's made his mark. So Burgess has taken guard. Another right-hander, of course, in in at number 7. Danny Briggs listed at 8. Craig Miles, Michael Booth and Ollie Ann and Dolby. And 3 wickets now to the young spin wizard Farhan Ahmed, who comes in, bowls to Burgess. He turns this on the leg side. And there's no run. Ben Slater in there at mid-wicket. He's swapped sides. Not really mentioned Ben Slater much at all today. He's been grazing out in front of the Fox Road stand for much of the morning.
Brett Hutton's getting moved again.
It's almost like musical chairs, isn't it? Brett, you can stand still when the music stops, as Farhan floats it up there and driven by Burgess up to mid-on. Hayne was looking to skip down the other end and respond to the call, but the call didn't come. 255 for 5. The partnership was worth exactly 150 for the 5th wicket. Don't think that's right. I'll do that one again. Yes, it was 150. Yeah, exactly. Farhan bowls and just turned on the leg side again, fielded by Hamid. He's nicely into his groove, so he's not dropping anything short, and if he doesn't drop anything short, there's no way on earth you can play him into the offside, really. Everything is being turned to leg. Watch him bowl a big one outside the off stump now. No, he doesn't. It's then pushed back to him. It's the 78th over. Captain Harvey, are you taking the second new ball, or are you keeping it going for half an hour? See what happens.
See how these next 2 overs go.
Just the next 2 overs. That's all you. That's all you're giving the spinners.
Yeah, just see how we go. If he can get another breakthrough in the next 2-3 overs.
Well, he didn't get one from that ball, but it is a wicket maiden to Farhan Ahmed. He's 3 for 54 after 23 overs. And he's now got 22 first-class wickets. There's people that have played all 14 matches this season up and down the country that haven't got 22 wickets. He's got 22 in 4.
We can congratulate Sussex officially now, because they've reached 251 for 4, which means mathematically they've now won the 2nd division title. As it happens, Yorkshire are off a bad light anyway, which might explain why they didn't bother declaring. It did seem rather strange that they batted on. But anyway, Sussex have secured the 2nd division title. They'll finish first, Yorkshire 2nd.
McCann coming in here, Hayne on strike, just defends it straight back to the bowler. Everyone's looking a little bit chilly out there, so they're blowing on their hands and hand warmers in pockets, and you wouldn't mind having those pads on there, would you? Even if you're not in it close, because it's keeping your legs warm. McCann comes in, Hayne rocks back. Dot ball though.
Now, I have taken the unilateral decision to close the window during the luncheon interval. Of course, I can be outnumbered by you two if you want.
No, I was very thankful for that. I nearly was wearing my coat, my jumper and my blazer at one point. McCann in, Hayne just hits that straight down the ground to mid-on.
It is nice to have the fresh air and just, you know, be at one with the players and the spectators, isn't it? To feel the cool breeze blowing on your cheeks.
I quite like the warmth, Clive. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
You were the one that went running about on the outfield.
Still pretty cold in here.
Yeah, the heater's not exactly a heater, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm going to go back out at teas, apart from I want to get to the library. I do want to get to the library. So, we'll see. McCann coming in.
Ooh.
Driven down the ground. Brett Hutton's just coming around, cuts that off. McCann and Hayne just had a little bit of a...
There was a cry of catch, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think it was in the air, but don't think it was a bump ball, but he couldn't quite reach it.
Don't think it carried. It's in. Just worked into the leg side for another dot ball. Burgess yet to get off the marks, faced 7 deliveries. Burgess, 30 years old, born in Epsom. McCann in, sits back and hits it straight back to the bowler, dot ball. That's McCann's 8th over, his 0 for 28 so far. Warwickshire 256 for 5.
Mark the Mods with us again from Sevenoaks in Kent. I'm back in the room and I'm back with you after Knoll Park Stroll. Knoll, K-N-O-L-E. We went past the antique shop where John Lennon got the inspiration for Sergeant Pepper. Thank you, Mark. Never a dull day with Mark the Mod. Didn't know all that was based down in Kent. You'd have thought John Lennon would have got the inspiration from a little closer to the northwest, wouldn't you, really? Some emergency vehicles going past the... It's an ambulance, just seen it. That's Farhan Ahmed, past umpire Chantry, down the leg side, turned away past Brett Hutton and out to Rob Lord, who underarms it back to Brett Hutton. Single taken, 257 for 5. This is presumably going to be just a steady journey to 4:30 and handshakes, unless Notts can get these 5 wickets, in which case, of course, we will have a change of innings as Farhan bowls once more, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. I wonder if there's any under 19 trips for him to be involved in with England this winter. He's already played for them at just 16 years of age. Of course, his brother Rihan has already played Test cricket for England. This is dropped on the leg side. I think for a while I think he played more times for England than he had for Leicestershire.
Inside edge, and that a little return for Ahmed off the inside edge of Michael Burgess's bat.
Yeah, he had one of those at Canterbury last week, and Haynes at short leg took an absolute stunner. Next ball is just nicely floated, tossed up there. Flight and Guile, the old spinner's friends, kicking away at the crease like a big, angry, nasty fast bowler. And then he'll go back, gets to his mark, stands like a golfer with his feet side by side, and then opens them up about a metre apart and comes in. Lovely rhythmical action, and then this is driven through the offside. Lyndon James put the dive in for self-preservation, I think, and it's away for 4. It's a nice shot.
It was a nice shot. Having faced 11 dot balls, he decided he'd had enough of that and came down the pitch to Ahmed and drove him through long off to get off the mark.
We're still Batman boardless. I didn't even see them try and reboot it during the luncheon interval. It presumably is Caporton will need fixing, but they have got 5 or 6 months to do that. This is chopped by Burgess, and Sam Hain walks down the other end. Look, there is a walk. Should that count as a run? Sam Hain has walked it. 262 for 5 at the end of the over.
There's good news and bad news, Ben Duckett.
He got there and then got out.
Correct.
Okay.
He's out for 107. I think I've got to be a bit careful. They're running out of wickets here. They've still got a lot of overs to go. 238 for 6 in the 34th over. Jacob Bethel is still there on 7. They might have a bit of rebuilding. There seems to be a committee meeting going on here. Not
could be about
players.
the second near ball because they've had 80.
Discussing it, yeah. I thought you might as well take it, mightn't you?
Yeah, but then what are you going to do? Do the spinners want to bowl with the new ball? Does the captain think, well, the best way of blowing these apart is to bring X, Y or Z on, give Michael Duffy a go? Or maybe not.
I was going to say one more.
I suppose they might want to, with nothing right in the match, maybe they've decided their fast bowlers have done enough for the season.
Well, Duffy's only here for 2 games, so he might...
Wow.
Make the most of him. He's not bowling much yet.
Well, Varane only here for 3. Give him a bowl as well.
Take the pads off. You reckon he'd be a feisty fast bowler? He's short. McCann coming in here. Oh, Burgess has sat back on that one. Just a couple of bounces through the mid-wicket region, but he sat back, hit that aerial. That's going to go away for 4.
If there's one thing that's going to accelerate the taking of the second near ball is if some boundaries come quickly off the spinners.
Yeah. Burgess wasn't having too much more of a look there. He's just sat back. Nearly hit that for 6. McCann coming in. And again, Burgess goes. It's a huge 6.
Lost it, then you hear the clatter, don't you?
Yeah. It's a huge 6. He's not had too much of a look. 4 and 6 so far in this over. Maybe Nottinghamshire are thinking we should have taken the new ball, but
It's his 9th 6 of the season. He's 1 behind Alex Davis now. 6s in the Championship. Warwickshire have been out 6th this season. They've conceded 66. That's the 46th they've hit. Varane hitting 2 in the first innings.
McCann comes in slightly flatter. Just work back to the bowler. I'm surprised he didn't go again then, because that was just back of a length. It's taken him for 10 so far in this over. No run.
Got away with the full toss there.
Burgess down for a sweep, and he hits that for 4 just behind backward square. It's a nice shot. McCann 14 off this over.
With one to come.
Not looking too threatening at this point. Burgess is looking to take him down, I think. Slight adjustment there. Drying of the ball. McCann coming in. Short. Dot ball. It's just worked to point.
I think that just came about in that over. I can't imagine that Michael Burgess has gone out there and, right, I'm going to have a go, I'm going to get on with this. I think that just organically came around. There was 3 balls that he fancied hitting.
Yeah, I mean, could it be that he wants a bit of seam on, and he thought, if I take one of these bowlers down, then I'm going to have a change of bowling at one end.
Excuse me. It is his natural game, Burgess, to he is a fairly quick scorer. So
19 off 19 so far. Warwickshire 276 for 5. Yeah, he might have thought, out of the 2 spinners, I'm going to take it to him and attack him.
So Farhan will continue for the time being, at least. There's a slip and a short leg to Sam Hain. Will now be keen to have a nice red asterisk by his name at the end of the day. He's on 109.
He ought to come, I said before lunch, he ought to come and play here, you know, didn't he, really? Gets a ton every time he comes here.
I'll skip from Farhan. Again, round the wicket. His shirt rising as he bowls, and Hain has worked that away to fine leg for 2 now. If Warwickshire were chasing a county championship or avoiding relegation, they probably would have scampered 3 there, but they were happy to jog 2. With Hain on to 111, 278 for 5. And Warwickshire ticking along. Oncomed bowls as a 4 defensive by Hain. He's played very steadily. He's scoring around about 50% strike rate, but he's not. He's been respectful of all the bowlers. He's just steadily accumulating. He drives that down the ground, and will that be cut off? He started walking thinking it was going for 4, and in the end that has been pulled in. And a nice piece of fielding from Freddie McCann, and it's 2 runs he has to settle for in the end.
Rod George, is there any news on Josh Tong, Dave? Good timing, Rod. He's out for the rest of the season, Rod. I honestly don't know. Let's hope he's fitting well to go next season.
Ahmed around the wicket, bowls again. That's right in the block hole. It's dug out by Hain.
I haven't met him yet. He signed last August. We haven't seen him. Dylan Pennington was out on the outfield doing plenty of running during the luncheon interval. That's good to see. Dane Patterson was out there as well. Bit of bowling.
In, and we wrapped him with a thigh pad. Surely that's it looked very leg side and high from here, but it's an impressive appeal.
It's a great appeal, but it looked quite high, didn't it?
It did. He's giving Jack Chantry a bit of a grill in there. Yeah, see, I'm sure at some stage in the not too distant future, he will get a ticking off for celebrating LBWs that the umpire hasn't given.
Yeah, Farhan comes into bowl, and that's pushed forward. There's no run. It's actually hobby was. I hate that. They gave it a name as well, didn't it? When a bowler doesn't even appeal for an LBW, just celebrates. I remember Dougie Brown did it once and got a good telling off from the umpires for it, and rightly so. I think it's a disrespectful thing to do, to be honest.
I think dear old Stuart at Late of this parish has had his name put to it as well.
280 for 5.
Change of bowling now from Stuart Broadend. Freddie McCann, like I said, got taken apart a little bit the last over. Burgess took his fancy, and Brett Hutton's going to come on.
Presumably, are we going to take the new ball then?
Yeah, well, I hope so, because the one they were playing with has just been thrown off.
If not, we're fetching that from the stands. Brett Hutton with the new ball's going to come in, then Stuart Broadend.
Be interesting this end, won't it?
Will they change it? Might bring Duffy back. Two slips in play. Clark and McCann in the slip cordon.
Playing it properly, they could have just kept going and going and going, couldn't they? But new ball's due, they've taken it, given it a go.
Hutton comes in. Burgess moves down the track. Just plays that into the covers. No run scored.
So this might be a decision for Varane as to whether he comes up to the stumps if Burgess is going to continue to skip down the pitch.
Just thinks he might be eyeing up, hitting him straight down the ground. Mid off, mid on, quite wide. As Brett Hutton comes in. Just back of a length, worked off his hip. Dot ball.
Yorkshire come back out again and still batting on. I think that's pretty poor of them, actually. I think they should have made an effort to try and win the match.
Brett Hutton comes in. Defended. No run scored so far off this over.
I've not had a little look for a while. I will do. How many overs young Fateh Singh has bowled in that particular innings? But that'll be a sharp learning curve for the young man. He's bowling at the moment 26.1 overs, no maidens, 2 for 116. So Fateh Singh got Adam live, and he got Wharton out for 285. He's got the 2 Centurions.
Hutton comes in. Burgess moves down the track, hits that to cover. No run. Cut off nicely there by Rob Lord.
It's a great effort, isn't it? 285, and got to be a decent player to get that sort of score. James Wharton, maybe one to look out for your fantasy teams for next year, if that's your thing.
Hutton in, Burgess on strike. Stays in his crease this time. Just hits that to mid-on.
Johnny Bairstow's 75 not out in that Yorkshire total, which is currently 586 for 4.
One ball left in the over. 5 dots so far from Brett Hutton with the new ball. Quite a few spectators there in front of the pavilion, actually, which is nice to see. As Brett Hutton comes in, grunts, and it's no run. Maiden to start with for Hutton. It's his 21 overs bowled by him, 1 for 41. Warwickshire 280 for 5.
Yes, plenty of spectators eking out their final opportunity to see cricket this season. There's not.
I've paid my membership.
Well, I'm still watching cricket, and as I say, both teams are playing properly. I wouldn't say they're necessarily playing with an edge now, but they've been professional about it. So.
Still going to be Farhan, but with a harder, newer ball, obviously.
See how he deals with that. to Sam Hayne, who's on 113. Bowling over the wicket this time. Gives up plenty of air as Hayne turns it round to mid-wicket and doesn't take a single as Hasib Hamid is quickly onto it.
It's great skill to go from his previous delivery he bowled with an 82 over old ball, and this one with an absolute brand new one.
In again, floats it up again, defended by Sam Hayne. He's been very respectful for I'll be interested to see if Michael Burgess gets on strike, whether he tries to go after him. But Hayne happy just to play comfortably and tick along. Farhan into him. He just punches out too long on to mid-on for a single. Hayne onto 114, 281 for 5.
What's your guess?
I think he will probably go after him. Not recklessly, but I think he'll look to play some shots.
Well, they're protecting the deep backward square or long leg boundary. You take your pick.
For the record, Warwickshire need another 57 to avoid the follow-on, but pretty immaterial now. I don't think Notts would really believe they can bowl them out a second time in the time that's left. Far and round the wicket. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep slap, and I think it's missed everything. And it's going to go, well, it's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to go most of the way there, and they've run. Oh, has the fielder stopped it? Yes, he has. So they've run 3 something. Let's have a look at the umpire. Did he get a little? No, it's 3 byes.
Farina can't quite believe that. He's got his hands on his hips, double teapot.
Yeah, well, he did go right through him, didn't it?
Well, he did look to play a shot, but it was the unorthodox. He knew where the gap was right enough. It's on for the reverse, isn't it? But completely missed it.
Takes a score to 284 for 5. Warwickshire replying to Nottinghamshire's 487. Into bowl. And that's looped up. It's pushed out the offside. There's no run. Not quite getting there in time to get the maximum batting points. He had to settle for 4. Warwickshire didn't get the 9 wickets in time to get maximum bowling points. Had to settle for 2. Forgetting really, we're still playing for bonus points here. They're not going to make a huge difference one way or the other. Farhan bowls, and that's driven by Hayne, and it's sort of tipped round the post there by Lyndon James, which allows Hayne again to walk through for 1. That's the end of the over. Sam Hayne's on 115. Michael Burgess on 19. Warwickshire at 285 for 5. Just the 1 wicket to fall today, that of Ed Barnard, who went for 81. He was caught in the deepish by the substitute fielder of Farhan Ahmed.
England 251 for 7 in the 38th over against Australia at Bristol in the final ODI. 7 county championship matches at Durham. Kent 220 for 5, replying to Durham's 360. You know what's happening here. Worcestershire 127 for 6 now, as Houghton comes in from the broad end bowls and is defended by Haynes. So Worcestershire lead Lancashire by 130 with 4 wickets left. Surrey 158 for 5 at Chelmsford. Essex racked up over 500 before declaring yesterday. Leicestershire 280, Derbyshire 110 for 2. That one's not going anywhere at Grace Road. Sussex within 3 of Middlesex's 271. They're 268 for 4. And Yorkshire bat on 595 for 4 as Cotton bowls one that's left alone. So they lead Northants by 448 after 115 overs, and Johnny Bairstow's century, I guess, is the only thing they could be playing for. He's 77 not out from 82 balls.
Jacob Bethel making 13 in that ODI. He's now out. England looking as if they might not quite get the sort of score they looked like they were going to get at one stage.
Hutton coming in. Left alone by Hayne. Good length by Hutton. Brett Hutton has held his length pretty well so far, and this being his 22nd over. Doesn't bowl too full and tends to try to attack the stumps. Hayne on strike on 115 as Hutton approaches. Just worked off his legs, racing down here to fine leg. It's going to be cut off by Duffy. They're going to come free for 2 though. Hayne moves on to 117.
So on the live stream there, Jacob Duffy fielding it in front of a spectator. Couldn't be any more wrapped up. He'd got the hood up and everything.
Yeah, I was just having a look in Clive's binoculars over there at the pavilion, and there's a lot of coats on, including the
there we are.
players on the boundary.
There's the one on the live stream. He's not got gloves on. Don't know if we've got people with gloves on out there, but I mean, we're 2 days away from October, aren't we? And it certainly feels very autumnal, if not wintry.
Hutton in, driven straight down the ground. A great shot from Sam Hayne. He's lent on that. It's racing away to the boundary. Is it going to get cut off? It's not. It's raced away for 4. It's a good shot from Sam Hayne. Held his shape.
Good steady, fellas. The captain putting in a good dive there. You don't want to get injured last day of the season, do you? There'll be 1 or 2 holidays booked, I'm sure. 1 or 2 golf tee times already booked.
Is he confirmed as captain for next season, Hasib Hamid? Or is it...
I don't see any way or any reason why not. I mean, it's not something they normally just appoint for a year. I mean, he's the club captain. There's no reasoning or thinking, I don't think, behind taking it away from him.
Hutton comes in full. Hayne hits that to cover, no run.
Be a big call, wouldn't it? Oh, we've decided to have a change.
Well, it's not been the best of seasons for them, has it? I mean, the same applies to Warwickshire. It's also Alex Davis's first season as county captain. I do expect him to be captain next season, but captains do sometimes fall if the team hasn't done very well.
Warwickshire now 291 for 5.
But it's also one of those jobs where you're not... Yeah, you can be a born leader, but I think you do need the experience of doing the job and being in the trenches and being in those situations where you've got to figure things out for yourself. There's man management, there's leadership, there's all sorts of qualities, and I think just because you have one poor year, if you've been...
Plus, you can't control what your players do. You can make what is meant to be the right decision. It doesn't mean your bowler turns up and bowls well that day, or you have a batting collapse. That's out of your control, isn't it?
That's true, but that's also the lot of a coach, and you can say the same for a football manager as well. But it doesn't save them. That's played a big wicket. There's no run. I mean, it's not necessarily the coach's fault or the captain's fault if individual players don't do what they're expected to do, but they do tend to take the blame nonetheless.
Well, absolutely, they're going to be held accountable, but they can't do it for them.
Farhan bowls, and that's defended back to him. There's no run.
And in terms of Hasib Hamid, it's not affected his performance. He's the only one to pass 1,000 runs. He's had a good year at the top of the order. He's leading by example. Well, he doesn't bowl, but he sets an example in the field as well. So.
Again, the same can be said for Alex Davis, certainly in terms of his run scoring this season. This next one is turned round to mid-wicket.
Not just
for a
that,
single.
If they were making some ridiculous decisions in terms of they were, bowling people or not taking the new ball for ages, and they're getting, hit around the ground and they're making poor decisions, I think that's slightly different. But when that's not the case, then
Alex Davis took some public criticism for not enforcing the follow-on at Chelmsford, but not from me, because I fully understood the decision at the time. And I still argue that they didn't lose that match because he didn't enforce the follow-on. That's pushed out to mid-wicket. It'll be cut off. There's no run. They lost that match because they had an absolutely horrendous hour or so with the bat in the second innings. And
sometimes in the past, we have heard captains stand down. It's not for me. It was keeping me awake at night. It was affecting my family, etc. It's not for me.
This gives them a bit of air. Farhan, it's played to mid-wicket for no run.
Now, if it's really having a negative effect on you, the captain, the coach, rather perhaps give it till the end of the year and then reflect on it. But I must emphasise there is no indication that I don't expect Hasib Hamid to be the captain next year. He's the club skipper, and I believe he will be doing it.
Farhan gives that a bit of air. It's driven down the ground to Long on for a single by Hayne. He's on to 122.
Imagine further down the line, Lyndon James would possibly be one of those that would sort of have it penciled in for sort of the next cab off the rank, and they've already spotted his leadership potential. He captained the England Lions this year, so he's one. He skippered the Notts seconds. He skippered the Notts seconds before he burst into the first team. A couple of, I presume they're Warwickshire coaching, members of the coaching staff that we've just got on the live stream a picture of.
Hutton coming in. Grunt there as that's whipped off Sam Haynes' legs. Jacob Duffy just picking that up for a single.
Well, Bairstow's out for 78 at Headingley, but they bat on 605 for 5. Do you think Northants have got under their skin a little bit?
I just think, obviously they've decided that they can't be bothered to win the game.
Yeah. Or they don't want to go out in the cold.
Busy celebrating promotion, but I just don't. Surely you've got to try and win it.
Yeah. Not exactly fostering relationships between the two sides, is it? Northants 147, Yorkshire 605.
Hutton comes in, Burgess on strike, driven straight, and it takes out the stumps. But Hutton didn't get a hand on it.
I mean, it's different from this game. This game, there would have to have been contrivance for the chance result. In that game, they didn't. Yorkshire just had to declare and try and bowl Northants out a second time.
Yeah.
Burgess just hit that a little bit too straight. It would have been a 4, I should think.
Worcestershire 133 for 7 now at New Road, leading Lancashire by 136. Helicopter goes over the ground.
Still 61 overs left in the day in that game, so still.
Hutton in short. Good stop there at cover. He's just taken it in the stomach, actually, in the end. Rob Lord. But no run. Hutton's got away with that one, I think. Burgess hit that very clean. James and Clark in the slip cordon still as Hutton comes in. Moves his feet down, drives that straight. No run, slightly aerial.
Yeah, can I refer the Honourable Lady to first slip position, please, in light of your last statement?
Sorry, what did I say?
Joe Clark. And he has been there, but Lyndon James has gone in.
Oh, sorry, it's James and McCann. Where's Clark gone?
Yeah, you'd imagine he's off the field then, isn't he? Yeah, Sammy King's on at long leg.
Yeah, okay.
The subfielder, so Joe must have just popped off.
Hutton coming in. Yeah, I think Clark's been in the slips pretty much all day.
Yeah.
Don't think he's actually got out of there yet. Just having a comfort break or an adjustment. Brett Hutton only once again going for 1 in this over so far, 1 ball remaining. Warwickshire 294 for 5. Hutton in, defended into the covers, no run. 1 off the over, that's 1 for 48 off 23 for Brett Hutton.
I'm not going to go literally through it, ticking them off, but I'm just thinking that has been a problem position for Notts this year at first slip, because thinking of the players who've been there and aren't in this match. Ben Duckett will have started the season there. Tom Moores came into the side when Joe Clark was keeping. He stood at first slip. We've had Joe Clark there. We've had Matthew Montgomery. He's been a slip fielder when he's been in the side. Calvin Harrison's been a slip fielder when he's been in the side. So a lot of change. And there's been 4 different wicket keepers as well. Verena, Clark, Moores and Schardendorf. So it's important to get that dynamic right, isn't it? Where you're standing and who's going for them and all the rest of it. There's not been too many that have gone down or between keeper and slip, but you've got to have that dynamic right.
Farhan bowls, he's appealing for an LBW. Front foot was quite a long way down, but might have been just outside the line. But that's a rather more convincing shout than his last one.
and he doesn't seem to settle for the two words "not out." Why?
He's in again to Hayne, who works that onto the leg side, but
Great pick-up.
it's very cleanly
Ben
taken by
Slater.
Ben Slater, yeah. Preventing any run. And on one slip and a short leg in place, not still trying to get these 5 wickets that would allow them to retreat to the warmth of the pavilion. Farhan bowls and hurried to Hayne up there somewhat. Hayne a little late on that. It does get bat on it. Marathon effort now for Sam Hayne, 251 balls faced.
Remind me, Danny Briggs. He bowls left arm, but he bats right hand, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just looking at the footmarks at the other end. He could do with a lefty out there, actually, if Farhan could.
That one is played too long on for a single. For Hayne, who's on to 124.
Yes, they would be they'd be right in the interesting area, wouldn't they? Those footmarks at the other end, if there was a lefty out there.
Burgess now on strike. 3 for 69. Farhan Ahmed, this is 28th over, so it's a pretty decent effort from the youngster. As he comes around the wicket. And that's always gone for a big shot there. Burgess is taken on the long boundary and cleared it for his second 6. That ball's been fetched all the way to the end of the turf in front of the stand there.
Yeah, there's a bit of turf out there, is it? You just alluded to. There's all sorts of, I think, worm casts or whatever. I had a walk around there yesterday, and all just starting to come up. Another sign of very late season autumnal conditions, but all sorts of little worm casts coming up.
So, Burgess now on 25. That's the 50 partnership as well. He's on to 32, Burgess. The 25 was how many he'd scored in the partnership. And as Farhan respond, happy still to give it a bit of air. It's played back to him for no run. End of the over, 307 for 5. So Warwickshire have also secured the second batting point, 301 for 5. I thought that had gone up pretty quickly. They have secured the second batting point, which probably doesn't have a great deal of significance.
I was just going to make the point, they haven't updated the little mini scoreboard since lunch, and there's one of the stewards there now doing it. Was that there on Friday, Clive?
No, I don't think it was.
It was there. Yeah, there we go on the live stream. It was Austin doing it yesterday, but it's like the old club grounds, isn't it?
That man's got a big coat on as well. It looks warm.
Yeah, Roger Marshall and Mel Smith, the two scorers, were up here yesterday, and they say it is a requirement of first-class cricket to have a standby board in case your main boards go down. You must be able to display it to the spectators at all times.
There we go, Hutton in, left alone by Hayne. So he just batting outside his crease. He just put his bat back down inside his crease in case Verena was to have a shy at the stumps. Just batting 1 or 2 strides out of his crease.
Tea today will be 10 past 3 till 3:30, and we'd imagine we'll come out and have an hour's cricket 3:30 till 4:30.
Hutton in. Hayne just rocks back, hits it to mid-wicket.
Or even 20
I was
past 4.
going to say, it could be 20 past 4. Well, even with either side's batting, actually, it could be 20 past 4, as long as Warwickshire aren't following on.
That's right. And that will be that until the new season comes around. Fixtures out, you'd imagine, end of November.
First match probably February.
Brett Hutton in. Haynes driven that through extra cover, slightly aerial, but it's going to race away for 4. Really good hands from Sam Hayne. Well played. and he moves on to 124.
Maybe they should play cricket all year round. Give them 6 weeks off, like in school holidays, and play all year round. You could fit plenty of fixtures. You could fit a nice long county championship in there, couldn't you?
I think we've got a... I don't know what the announcement then was.
Yeah, I think that's a 50 partnership now. I think I've been thrown by the stream, and I don't want to blame anyone else, but they did put it up as a 50 partnership a few moments ago.
It's a 50 partnership then, as Brett Hutton comes in. Hayne defends that into the leg side, a little bit of an inside edge. Hayne added 21 of those, 50, and Burgess 26.
I know what they did. They counted Burgess as 6 twice, which was generous.
Hayne 128 off 256 balls so far. Real good innings from Sam Hayne. Skill. Hitting the ball cleanly. Played some lovely shots. Brett Hutton just comes in. Sam Hayne worked that to the leg side for a dot ball.
Should I hang in on there? They're probably hoping they can maybe get away with a draw. That would secure them 6th place. 150 for 7, lead by 153.
Hutton in. Hayne sits back. Nice shot to cover, but no runs scored. It's the end of Hutton's 24th over.
Although if they could win, they could sneak into 5th place, Worcestershire, ahead of Durham. And I think it seems to be, for some reason, it seems to be a state secret these days, but when it wasn't, I think I might say the prize money goes down to about 5th place in the 1st division of the championship.
Another over ticks by, another over closer to the end of the season. The stream showing 51 overs in theory remain today. I'll be very surprised if we get anywhere near that. Another 35, maybe even 32, 33, and we might be done. 305 for 5. Of course, if there's a change of innings, we might also lose another couple. 3 wickets to Farhan Ahmed. 1 apiece to Hutton and Duffy. Going to be Farhan to continue. Comes in again, and once more it's eluded Verena down the leg side. The umpire's already sort of making those pre-signal movements to indicate that he's going to make some sort of signal. Yes, it's another bye. Just turned sharply down the leg side, kept a little low out of the grasp of the keeper, and 2 byes. Goes on the Bears total, 307 for 5.
The bye should be taken off his batting total, Verena. He's got to make sure he doesn't concede so many, he loses his century.
He's been a very handy acquisition to have in the last few rounds. Farhan in once more, bowls, and that's mistimed by
Squirrel going across the outfield there, Dave.
Oh yeah, there he goes. Knot's the squirrel. Oh, we were going to try and get you the
yeah, well, I've missed out on
today,
the old fancy dress.
Costume.
You know, I've been out there playing cricket instead. Definitely couldn't have played that in that mascot outfit.
I had a go in yesterday, Clive, that it was compulsory fancy dress day today.
I knew it wasn't.
Dropped on the leg side, and when she said she didn't have one, I was going to get the Nuts the Squirrel costume for her.
Well, showing the squirrel now. Farhan Ahmed there, I think, feels that short leg has dropped a catch there. He's glaring at him. It went to him very sharply off the inside edge.
I thought it went along the ground, but
see the squirrel there on the live stream.
Yeah.
He's watching the cricket.
Farhan Ahmed bowls, and again it's turned to mid-wicket to Ben Slater. He'll be itching for a bowl, Slater. He loves nothing more than a bowl.
I say he, it could be a she. I have no idea how you tell with a squirrel.
Oh dear. Can't help there, Clive, sorry.
Sorting out the gender of a squirrel can only be the BBC County Cricket commentary as Amit dives to his right and stops any prospective runs being scored. Once again, many thanks to everybody for putting up with us again for another season. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to listen, to watch the live stream, and for those of you that have got in touch, dropping us a message from time to time just to let us know you're out there and your thoughts as this one keeps low and comes back into Burgess, who does very well to adjust late on and keep it out. And Farhan goes through another over. 3 for 75 from 29.
He does have this spinner's ability, doesn't he, to imply that it's a great injustice when every ball doesn't get a wicket for him, Farhan.
Yes, when he gets a few varieties, my word, what a bowler he's going to be. That's what everybody keeps telling me. He's got lovely control, doesn't he?
It'll be interesting because you have seen young spinners show a lot of promise and then not really fulfill that, haven't we, over the years? So it'll be a good challenge for him to see whether he can fulfill his potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from so far though, as Dave said, how many wickets has he taken in 4 or 5 matches though?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But you do see sometimes young spinners do that early. I'm not taking anything away from him, but it's just that sometimes it can be difficult to maintain that early promise for a spinner.
And
whether that's because
time will tell.
Yeah, whether that's because teams sort of find them out a little bit or not, I don't know.
Change of bowling here at the Stuart Broad end. It's driven through the covers for none.
And you'll imagine it won't be too long before there's some sort of demand for him to be playing here, there and everywhere.
Yeah.
Jacob Duffy starting his 15th over. First ball was a dot.
Again, that can be difficult.
Yeah,
if you're thrown into that sort of arena very early.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's something that maybe, hopefully, Nottinghamshire can try their best to protect a little bit. Duffy coming in, full, worked off the legs by Hayne, down to fine leg. Picked up here by Jack Haynes. But so far he's been under pressure and he's performed, and hopefully that continues for him and for Nottinghamshire.
Oh,
Squirrel's still here.
Squirrel Gate. It's over there, the far end of the hover cover.
Duffy in. Burgess on strike, drives it through the covers, no run.
Squirrel racing.
It's a grey squirrel. Of course, you don't really see red squirrels anymore, do you? Yeah. There was the theory was the grey squirrels had driven them out, but apparently that's not true.
You know quite a lot about squirrels, Clive.
When I was growing up in our garden, we used to have a lot of red squirrels.
Yeah. Same in Sherwood Forest when I was a young one.
Well, that was my garden. No, it wasn't.
Duffy in here. Burgess just defends that to mid-on.
And I remember as a youngster it was, because then after a while we only got grey squirrels, and the theory was that they'd driven the red ones out. But I can't remember where I saw it. Might have been QI or something like that, where that turned out to be something of an urban myth, I believe. Or rural myth, maybe.
Duffy to Burgess. No run. Hits his thigh pad, I think.
It's funny, a million years ago when I was a youngster, I used to go on a Sunday morning when my dad would walk the dogs in Sherwood Forest and all the rest of it. Knew all my way round all there. Joined the Air Force at 17, and straight away in basic training they took us off to Sherwood Forest for a 3-day camp, and they gave us all these sort of exercises, orienteering and maps, find your way to here, and I was there before the instructors, I knew. Unbelievable.
Love that, Dave. Duffy in. Nice shot from Burgess, but no run as he hits it to Brett Hutton at mid-on. Over bowled.
Don't know where it's
Warwickshire,
gone.
308 for 5.
Went behind the boards in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, it's probably looked around. There's not much on this game, is there?
I've had
off
enough.
New Road. Well, Warwickshire doing what they have to do today. Give them credit. It's been a tough season, certainly with the red ball, but to get through today, lose only 1 wicket. It's been a decent effort, and Warwickshire were disappointed, I think, with their bowling performance, but this, to some extent, sort of justifies that. Clearly, it's not easy to get wickets on this surface, as Warwickshire are proving now.
This will be the second draw of the season between these two.
Warwickshire's 9th draw from their 14 games. Farhan into bowl. It's pushed up the onside. There's no run. First 6 games at Edgbaston were all drawn. The last 2 weren't they? Beat Kent and then lost fairly spectacularly to Essex. But yes, 1 victory is disappointing, but to be fair, they've only lost 4. When it comes into ball, gives that a bit of air, and it's pushed out to the onside for a single. And you look at those 4 defeats. I mean, they shouldn't have lost at Chelmsford. They should have won that game. Should have isn't good enough, of course. Ultimately, they did lose it, but threw it away rather. And one of the defeats was at Taunton, where they did set up a declaration, albeit it was a big total that Somerset successfully chased down. Into bowl, and that's guided down to the vacant 3rd area. It's been chased by slip, and Burgess turns for the 2nd.
Nearly had an overthrow on our hands there.
Got a new sub-fielder on away to our right in front of the hover cover. Number 35 is James Hayes. So you've got Jack Haynes and James Hayes on the field at the moment. And Sam Hayne batting.
That was a right mouthful there, Dave.
One slight curiosity about Warwickshire's season, and I may be wrong because I'm trying to keep record of these things, and I might have missed one, but that's played into the onside for a single. I think I'm right in saying they got through the entire season without securing a single run out in the Championship. They've had 3 of their own batters run out, but they haven't run anyone out the whole season. Which strikes me as being quite surprising. In comes Farhan to bowl, and he comes down the pitch, turns it into a full toss, Sam Hayne, by coming down the pitch and plays it to long on for a single. He continues to accumulate to Sam Hayne. He's on to 131.
Just looked, he actually made 100 in this match last year. Why should I be surprised? Mid-June, last year's game here at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire got 571 for 9 before declaring century from Sam Hayne. Alex Davis 93. Michael Burgess, one of 3 players that passed 50 as well in that particular game. Ended in a draw. Joe Clark got a double 100 for Notts.
That's try to sort that to the leg side. Burgess hits him on the thigh pad, too high for the LBW appeal, but a moral victory for the bowler. 313 for 5 at the end of the over.
It's one of those days, really, folks, where we'd like to bring in some jeopardy. We'd like to keep injecting 1 or 2 thoughts as to what may or may not happen, and perhaps a little collapse will alter the course of the journey. But I think, to be truthful, everybody, since we arrived here this morning, certainly after 10 minutes play, we knew very much what the likely outcome was. Did just wonder if the 2 skippers might get together and decide to put on a show, but we didn't think it'd happen.
Duffy in, down the leg side. Good take from Verena.
Jonathan says, what's your favourite moment of the season, Dave? There's one just for me to mull over for a moment, Jonathan. I don't know if either Clive or Nicole has a favourite moment they'd like to mull over and think about, but we've certainly got a couple of hours to...
Well, my favourite moment was commentating on the Somerset-Surrey game. It was a brilliant game, my first ever commentary, and they certainly put on a show down at Taunton. Somerset beating the champions. Sorry, Duffy in, worked off the legs to square leg. Yeah, it was a fun game to watch and commentate, and for a neutral person, Very, very entertaining.
I told you, I was leaving Chelmsford. Notts had been beaten by an innings, and listened all the way from Chelmsford to Newark, 2 hours 20 minutes in the car, and all that journey. With 3 wickets down, got in the house, had a cup of tea. There was nobody else in the house. Put it on the live stream, and there were 7 down.
Duffy in. Burgess hits that through cover, just in front of point actually as it races across the square. Farhan picks that up.
It was you and Anthony and Dan saying, it's flat, and we're just like this. We're just drifting along. Nothing happened, and by the time I got my bags out of the car and got in and put the made a cup of tea and put the live stream on, those 4 wickets had gone down like that, and it just suddenly changed in a flash.
Yeah, I think at the time the wicket there wasn't too much in it. Surrey had two double heavy rolls on it and taken anything out of it that was there, but when that wore off, the spinners definitely made the most of it, and Jack Leach and Vaughan certainly made the most of it.
I'm not very good at remembering things like favourite moments. The one that springs to mind is actually a T20 Blast game when Jacob Bethel's catch against Yorkshire. Google it, you see it was out of this world. So that would be up there. I've already said I think my favourite innings of the season was Ben Duckett's right at the start of the season at Edgbaston.
Duffy in, Hayne on strike now. Squirted that through backward point, and he's going to get a single, moving on to 133.
It's certainly been very enjoyable and heartwarming to see Notts giving a couple of opportunities to real youngsters, 16-year-old Farhan and 19-year-old Freddie McCann in these last few matches, and both absolutely jumping at the opportunity. The way they came into the side against Surrey, and Farhan got 10 wickets and Freddie got 150.
Duffy in, Burgess drives that down the ground, a dot ball though.
The other thing for me was the matches at rugby school this year. I did 2 of them, but the fact that Warwickshire went out to rugby school to play 50 over cricket, I've been banging on about it to everyone's excruciating boredom for years about the need to get out to an out ground for Warwickshire. So it was very nice. I was very pleased to be there to see them actually do it.
I certainly
hopefully will next season.
First to going again, but I did the one with Mike Taylor and we got drenched, absolutely drenched in our Bijou marquee.
I'm afraid that's the hazard of outgrounds, but
yeah, like I said, if we happen to be there again next year, I'd certainly wouldn't bat an eyelid about going back there. It's very enjoyable. 24 hours in rugby. I've not really been there before, but
I hope they do. The only thing is the calendar has to work. I think there's quite a short window of opportunity to play games there. So when I asked Gavin Larson about it, he said, they obviously got to make sure that the calendar fits and that it works. But I think there is a will to go back there. Oh, that's in the air and not quite reached. Hasim Hamid at mid-wicket. The Notts captain dived full length forward but couldn't quite reach it. But again, good bowling from Farhan. It popped up from Sam Hain's bat and very nearly gave Hamid a chance.
I bet that was a hard landing, He got up, brushed both knees and both elbows. I bet that's bone hard.
Yeah. Farhan with a little skip balls, gives that lots of air. Solid 4 defensive this time from Hain.
The only thing with rugby school is, and it didn't affect me, thankfully, but I had a number of friends who went along there, and £9.50 for a baguette at lunch, Dave. £9.50. £9.50.
Well, I don't think it'll be any cheaper at Edgbaston.
No, I'm sure not.
This next one is a reverse sweep, and that's gone through. Everything again. I don't know whether Hain got anything on it or not. These might be more buys. It's been chased fairly slow outfield, so it'll only be 3 runs, and it does look like Hain got something on it. So he will move on to 136.
Tony T, one of our regulars, been in touch as usual. Many thanks for the commentary again, Dave. Sorry to say I've not been able to get to any Red Bull games this season. Very much appreciate the coverage from you all. All the best through the winter with your football. Thank you very much, Tony T. And again, another regular. Appreciate all your comments through the season. Hope we can see you down here in 2025.
I think give that a bit of air. It's pushed out back to the bowler for no run.
2025. Good grief.
No. Where's the time go?
It's only last week we were talking about the Millennium Bug and would all the computers stop and all that sort of nonsense. It's only 5 minutes since Italia 90.
Farhan gives that some air. That's defended to the onside for no run. Looks like Yorkshire are making a pitch to get the highest total of the season, which is currently 706 for 6. Gloucestershire got against Leicestershire at Leicester. Yorkshire 646 for 6 at Northampton.
What was the score in that tied game?
I'll give you that in a minute. That is launched high and for 6 by Burgess. Another 6 for him. That makes him Warwickshire's top 6 hitter of the season. I'm sure that's something that was on his mind.
Lovely cut glass crystal at the presentation.
Yeah. It was 610 for 5 Gloucestershire got, and Glamorgan were bowled out for 592 at Cheltenham for the tied match.
Crikey.
What a match that must have been.
Just saw the replay there of the one that very nearly carried to a Seba Mead, and it did come down rather heavily on all fours.
The strange thing about that match at Cheltenham was it was low scoring in the first innings.
Yeah.
Gloucester bowled out 179, Glamorgan 197. So they set Glamorgan 593 to win. And it was obviously one too few from a Gloucestershire point of view. Well, the stupid thing is they only get 8 points for all that, because you got the same for a draw, which can't be right.
Duffy in, Hayne on strikes, rocks back, no run.
Well, when you take over, Clive, you do points, I'm going to do fixtures. What are you going to be responsible from in the new regime, Nicole?
Oh, I'm staying out of that. Staying out of the logistics.
You're entirely happy with all the structure?
No, I'll just sit on the fence in that one for a minute, Dave. I'll let you know, come back to me. Duffy in, worked off his legs, the Tahane. Now, I mean, what I said to you was that on day one, Clive, about the point system and how it is, you know, people who have won more games and drawn the same and lost the same. No, drawn one less, but you know, won one less. But
I mean, if you're going to have bonus points, then that will happen. There's no point in having bonus points if that doesn't happen. Otherwise, why have them?
Yes, but maybe don't have as many points for a draw.
Yeah, well, I agree with
that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at.
But I did say that from day one this season, but it feels like there's 2 runs down to third. We should describe the cricket, even though it's not like that's a 4. I beg your pardon, it's a 4 for Burgess. It feels like it's a decision made by someone who doesn't really understand county championship cricket, really. The 8 points for a draw. But there we are.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of an edge there from Burgess, but it's gone away for a 4.
I mean, it was first introduced for a reason. To be fair, it was the COVID season they first introduced 8 points for a draw, and there was a logic to that.
Oh.
Duffy in, back of a length, hit straight back to the bowler, no run.
I'm going to make way in a moment, but just, where was I? Yeah, they just obviously in COVID season when you had few games, they didn't want anyone to be greatly disadvantaged if they had games abandoned. So that's why they introduced it then. I understood it then, but I don't think it's right now.
But like I said, don't quite get it now.
Thanks very much to Clive. He'll be back with us before too long.
Duffy in, Burgess on strike, drives that to the covers, no run, well fielded at cover, swooping around.
But there he was off his long run, just coming up with a new structure for first-class cricket in this country. New points, new structure, new set of fixtures. What we need is somebody with his hand on the wheel And we're joined by the General, Paul Franks, Notts assistant head coach, has popped in to say hello.
Timing's everything.
You've popped in to say hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Timing's everything, Dave.
Go for it, Nicole.
Duffy and Burgess on strike. Back of a length, hit to mid-on. Brett Hutton picks that up. No run.
Nicole Harvey, who used to play for Nottinghamshire in County Championship cricket. Paul Franks, who used to play for Nottinghamshire in first-class cricket. She is a Cornish lady, though.
Oh, that's okay.
How are you, General?
Yeah, very well, mate. Not too bad. Yourself?
Well, you know, still here. Every day's a bonus.
Sounds like you're having a good debate there about various things cricket as I walked in.
You know, Clive always makes good points. 8 for the draw. Is that set in stone for next year, or do they have meetings, or do you know?
Tough to know, Dave. Honestly, I think things fluctuate, and then we just get the rules and regulations and the bits and pieces that turn up in the handbook right at the start of the year. It's tough to know how these decisions are made. Obviously, we went through various different phases of points being given and awarded around about COVID, and then that changed again, and then we changed it again the year before last. So your guess is as good as mine. I mean, we don't get much of a say within it. We're okay to offer an opinion, but it doesn't mean we're going to get what we want.
You know what it is at the start of the season. You play to the regulations as they're defined.
That's it.
Do you want to commentate, Nicole?
Sorry to interrupt you there. Sam Haynes changed his bat, and Farhan Ahmed comes in, bowls just back of a length. Sam Haynes rocks back, hits that to cover. No run scored.
It's easier if you do that, and I have a bit of a catch up with Paul. So this morning you were leading by 344. Could have thrown them 70. They could have declared, you could have forfeited, and we could be watching a thriller here.
Ahmed in.
I'm not sure I was down for that, Dave. I'm not sure anybody was down for that. I think we all knew where we were at the start of the day. I think we all knew what was on the table. I think both teams were very much aware of where we needed to be. And the game will play out the way you don't always get the exciting finish that every commentator wants, unfortunately.
Ahmed in, Hayne on strike, comes forward to this delivery, gets nice up and down here.
So this was really the battle between 7th and 8th, wasn't it? And that was how it was going to be. And once Lancashire had been condemned to the drop, we all knew pretty much that it was going to be handshake time here.
Yeah, we knew where we stood, and within reason. Why would you want to do anything that's not going to?
Ahmed in, Hayne rocks back, hits that through, it covers. Man out there on the boundary is only going to come through for a single.
I think particularly on a surface that's getting better almost with every ball that's bowled on it. Which for the purist, you know, you don't, like I said before, you don't always get the perfect exciting day and enter the season, because time's against you, light's against you at different times of the day, and there were just so many things to consider at the end of what's been a gruelling championship season.
Talk to me about this 16-year-old. He's got good character, I think. From what I've seen so far, he's in slightly flatter delivery, worked into the onside.
He's not your average 16-year-old.
No.
I was lucky enough to work with him with the England under-19s during the winter, and I'd obviously experienced him coming through the age group system at Notts, and we'd had him in the second 11, and I just watched him go from strength to strength, and I think even in my wildest dreams I knew that when he came into the first team.
Ahmed in, flighted delivery, Burgess rocks back, hits that to cover. No run scored though. That's his 32nd over. He's bowled 3 for 90 so far. Warwickshire 331 for 5.
It was always going to present different challenges for him. The one thing he's always been able to do is get on with those challenges and meet them head on, and that's not changed. And to watch him play cricket in the first team in this last month has been brilliant for every Notts supporter, member of staff, members of the pathway who've played his part, but most importantly for him, to watch him just go out there and compete and do his thing, and you watch him perform in a way that excites his teammates, and that's great to see as well, because you know the future is unwritten in his book, but his attitude towards his game is exceptional.
That's exactly what I said, Dave, isn't it? And I said you can see, even in his preparation, you know, not so batting, he's out there bowling ball after ball after ball, and he still wants the ball in hand. He wants to be bowling all the time and getting better. And when he bowls, yes, okay, he might get a bit excited on his appeal, but don't we want that? We want that. We want someone who wants to take wickets. We don't want someone who just wants to bowl ball after ball.
Absolutely. He's connected to the game. He wants to play the game. That's what he's always been able to do.
Another single to Sam Hain at the start of that over. He's gone to 139, 332 for 5. Paul Frank's with us, the Notts assistant head coach. That's still the title, is it?
Unless you've changed it, Dave.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know. Here comes Duffy.
So one of my favourite things I said straight away was his work ethic.
Yeah. I think one of the things he's had to do is he's grown up fast as the youngest of 3 siblings. I remember seeing him for the first time probably when he was 7 or 8 in the indoor centre one winter, playing with his brothers who were then probably 10 and 12. Thinking, oh, he's talented. You know, he was only tiny then, and crikey, he's still quite diminutive now. But the way he was going about it, you were thinking, oh, he's got something about him.
Duffy to Michael Burgess has pitched up and squeezed out down to long leg. There'll be another single.
Yeah, they always say as well, sorry Dave, if you've got an older sibling, you're trying to keep up with them, aren't you? And
absolutely. And the way he's managed that, the way the competition within the family's developed has been great to watch. I mean, both of them were here yesterday, sat supporting their little brother. They were both sat over the other side, and they're great kids in their own right. But Farhan's very much making his own way, and we're very proud of him, and we're excited as to what the future might hold for him.
Duffy from the Stuart Broad end, another single to Sam Hain, moves to 140. Just obviously getting to know him and watch him over the last 3-4 games. I mean, there's lots of things I like. We've talked about how the fact that he knows what field he wants and he sets the field. We like his celebrations, very Imran Tahir-like, and we also like his appeals, and we've seen it with Jack Shantry. You know, there's obviously a not out there, and then there's why, and tell me why. He wants to know, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and I think within reason. I don't think that's a
Duffy bowls short. Burgess pulls this away for 4 through mid-wicket. Nice shot.
A bad thing to have, Dave. You know, I think as long as you pitch yourself properly and you're not seen to be showing dissent towards the umpire, it's okay to ask.
Yeah, you're learning why. I won't bother appealing again if that's your verdict.
As Nicole mentioned, he's got a little bit about him. You can see his personality come out in his appeal, and he's playing the game. You know, he wants to play the game. He wants to be successful, and not everybody that comes into the game has got that personality to be able to do that straight away.
Final ball of the over, 338 for 5, and Burgess elegantly drives us through extra cover. Hit the ball on the up there, Caribbean style, away for 4. Lovely looking shot from
I think
Michael
he's got
Burgess.
character, and that's what you want. And I think, like I said, as long as he's asking questions, he's not being disrespectful. He's asking the question genuinely out of curiosity, and then that's a good thing, is it not? We don't want someone who's placid. We want someone who's got something about themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And he's settled really well into the dressing room as well. I think for the first couple of games, he was just sort of working it all out. Right, where do I fit here? I've got some experienced lads. These have done that, and that's done that. And you know, dressing rooms run systems, right? They always have done. And when young players come in, you have to sort of work your way into it and sort it out. But having seen his personality develop in that space, he's quite happy to hold court, and he'll talk about all sorts of different things.
Is it helped by having Freddie come into the team at the same time as him?
Yeah, maybe. They've obviously grown up together, and it's great to see 2 local lads come in and have the impact they've had in the last month. That's really exciting for everybody.
Amid to come around the wicket now to Hain. Slower delivery, flighted, but Hain sits back, just defends it into the offside.
Freddie's going to do well to keep up his career record here at Trent Bridge, isn't he? 2 matches, 2 big tons.
Well, he's going to be some player if he does, Dave, that's for certain. But both of them have come in and shown what's capable. I think to be selected and to come in and perform the way they have is credit to where they were with their games and where they are as young men.
Ahmed in. Hain rocks back, hits that to the leg side, no run.
Emotional day yesterday. Luke Fletcher leaving obviously is somebody that we've both seen come and now go. So
it's always emotional. We've had, seems like we've had quite a few of those over the last few years, Dave, doesn't it? And time always catches us as players at some point.
Ahmed in, swept away, and that's going to run away for 4 behind, backwards square. Sam Hain, nice sweep.
But yeah, I think there's because Luke's always been Luke, and the way Luke's been around the game during his time at Notts, he's got a lot of admirers, and deservedly so as well. There's not many people who come into the game and leave the game exactly the way they started. The game shapes us in different ways, doesn't it? And he's been brilliant in that. He's someone we'll miss. I certainly hope he's not a stranger, because he's an outstanding human being. And I've been proud to call him a teammate and now a friend.
Don't think 10, 12 years ago I expected him to go on and have the career and make the impact and be such an integral part of Trent Bridge as he has become. And that's credit to him.
Oh, Ahmed in, flighted delivery. Haynes taking a big swish there. Played one onto his foot. Yeah, I think for me, one of my favourite things about him isn't possibly as a cricketer, and yes, he is very talented and skillful, but is as a person. He's always got time for people, which is something I love. And no matter what, yesterday he's still smiling and joking about things he was doing. Moments with Dave and moments with people off the pitch as well, and that was one of his favourite moments. He said, Dave asked what was his favourite moments, and he said was just making the friendships and having those friendships after all this time.
Yeah, he's been an outstanding teammate. I've not met anybody who's worn a Notts shirt or around the country who's had a bad word to say about him, and there's not many of those around.
Human,
and he's a top man, and I'm certainly excited for him for what the future holds.
His dad showed me some funny photos in his book of him with some funny haircuts, including curtains when he was younger.
Oh dear.
Ahmed's bowled a short one there, has worked through the leg side by Burgess for a single. Warwickshire are now 348 for 5. That's a 50 partnership.
I think roughly
50 runs for Burgess.
Roughly this day last year you popped up and we did the 2023 post-mortem, and we talked about your winter plans over the last couple of years. You've worked at Loughborough, you've been away in Pakistan. And anything in the pipeline this winter?
Not at the moment, Dave. No. I think it feels like a good time just sort of to take stock a little bit. I'll take it, and going away and chasing the sunshine is a great thing, and having opportunities to work overseas have been brilliant. But it feels like a good time to be at home and almost recharging the batteries a little bit as well. Spending some time working with the lads in the indoor centre and getting a heads right for the start of 2025 feels really important at the moment. So I think it's a good time for us as a staff just to see where we're at. Obviously there's been lots of moving parts. To have Freddie and Farhan in the team at the end of the season probably wasn't on anybody's radar, if I'm honest, at the start of the year. So that's testament to the amount of change there's been. And we're excited to get working with them and get them ready for 2025.
Lyndon James into the attack. Notts just rotating the seamers at the far end, the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end, the building site end. This is sad, isn't it?
It is. It's the end of a very long period of history.
I had a gentleman yesterday sending us photos. He was actually married in the pavilion. So I'm not entirely sure what response he was getting, but when I told him his marriage would have to be annulled, I think
he sent you a photo instead, Dave.
James in, Burgess comes down the track and lifts it loftily down in that very same direction. Will it go all the way? And has. David Milnes raises his hands to the sky. Burgess, who we've seen before play some lovely shots here at Trent Bridge, goes to a splendid 50 in the best possible manner with a big 6 straight down the ground. Don't know if you were down at Hove for Chris Reeves last game.
I was,
he got a century down there for Sussex, didn't they? I remember that in 2017. Yeah, so the pavilion, it's seen a lot of things over the years, hasn't it? It's seen a young Paul Franks playing for England on this ground.
It's seen a lot of things that probably aren't printable or talk aboutable, Dave.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, it was used as a makeshift hospital during the war, wasn't it? And of course, it had a different role during COVID. Here's Lyndon James. Comes in again. Burgess once more comes a charging. Doesn't get to the pitch of this one. Just helps it back to Lyndon James, the England Lions skipper. So that'll be all strange when we come back, if we come back next year, God willing, 2025. Building site and all new exciting developments at the far end. The players getting changed at this end?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I'm led to believe. So I think it's going to feel very different for a period of time. But hopefully the designs that I've seen and the plans should make us feel excited for the future.
This time by Burgess, finds the captain on the bounce up to wideish mid-off. Did have a correspondent, unusual time of the year to get such a question, but Dave, what is the latest on Josh Tong? And I had to say, in all honesty, I still haven't met Josh Tong, so there you are.
No, I think, look, Josh has had a really difficult year, and obviously that's been tarnished by injuries. He's under the guys of the ECB medical team at the minute, and they'll be taking control of his programme as they have been right from the start as part of his central contract agreement with them.
Lyndon James bowls, Burgess drives again elegantly. No, he doesn't. It looks to drive elegantly through the offside and drags it on the on the leg side.
So yeah, he's it was obviously quite a complex injury that he suffered through his pec at the start of his Lions programme last winter. So I think it's been quite a long and frustrating rehab for him. So hopefully by the time 2025 comes round, we're hoping that he's going to be in much better frame to be pulling on a Notts shirt.
Lyndon James bowls again. Burgess comes, hits it to mid-on, and he's held by Brett Hutton. And Lyndon James has got a wicket. There's only Dylan Pennington ahead of Lyndon James in terms of the number of wickets taken this season for Notts. Lyndon James weighs in again with an important one. Michael Burgess maybe just contributed to his own downfall there. He went very quickly from first to fourth or fifth gear, and I think he was trying to find seventh or eighth gear in that particular over, and he's holed out. And Warwickshire 354 for 6 now, that will be when the board changes. So Notts have got another bowling bonus point.
Felt like everything must go there, didn't it?
Yeah.
He was
through the kitchen sink at it. He lost his shape.
He did horribly, and then that it felt like that over. He was looking for as many as he could get.
We're presuming tea and then an hour, or maybe not even an hour, 20 past 4, unless of course Warwickshire are bowled out, but 20 past 4, maybe handshake time. Yeah, a nod from the general.
Freddie McCann, I like his batting.
I'll
nice talk player. A little about that. Yeah,
nice player. I think he was unfortunate not to get selected for the under-19s last winter, England under-19s, and
well, is he 19 now?
Yes.
So he's too old.
Yeah, so he's too old now, and he played the summer series against Sri Lanka, so he used that as motivation. And the funny thing was that he never moaned once, but you could see that it was driving him along. It was one of those things that he's a mature lad, he's a bright lad, and you could see his work through pre-season start to really pay dividends. He started the season really well in the second team. He then went on to play really well against Sri Lanka in the under-19 series, and then that really started to put him on the first team radar. At which point he then started to kick on in the second 11, and his season really started to take shape. And then he was ready, and you could see that he was ready to play. It was just about finding the right time.
Yeah, I said that he's very mature in his innings and how composed he was for 19 years old. He came out there and he didn't look phased at all. When the ball was up there, I mean, Warwickshire, okay, it was quite windy, but they bowled a little bit too full to him, didn't they? And, he hits it so well off his legs and drives well.
He does. And I think arguably his biggest strength is his powers of concentration.
Yeah.
And I would say that for both of our young players. As much as anything, you can have the best technique in the world, and you can be gifted in lots of aspects of being a shot maker or being a talented bowler. But your powers of concentration and your ability to
resilience,
show that your mind is working properly and your mindset's strong, and your ability to be coming back day after day is a real strength. And in Farhan and in Freddie's case, they've both got that in abundance, and they've shown that as the season's gone on. So we'll have more of that in the future, hopefully.
Another young man, Rob Lord, into the attack, replacing Farhan Ahmed, and his first ball is just helped into the offside. Yes, I would say within 2-3 years we will see Freddie McCann get a first-class 250. As you say, immense powers of concentration, immense desire to bat all day and maybe half the next day as well. He's
and I think
made
that's
some huge scores, hasn't he, in England under-19s and not seconds.
That's a great point. And Clive said, are they going to go on? Are they going to do it, time after time? But there's quite a few people out there who are talented or have got a good technique, but it often comes down to have they got it in their head, you know, have they got that character, have they got that resilience or bounce back ability, are they going to fight and come back, you know, I haven't been selected, and I turn up the next day and show everyone I should be, because you're constantly proving yourself in this game, aren't you?
You are, yeah, and you have to keep finding ways to keep evolving. You have to keep finding ways to get better, because the game asks you different questions, and now all of a sudden they'll go from being young players one season to marked men the next season, almost, because teams will be aware of what they've done before.
And this is exactly what I talked about yesterday. I said, how much are these batters going to have seen of him? He's 16 years old, so unless they've played age group cricket with him, they're not going to have seen too much. And yes, okay, you can watch a few videos here and there, but it's still not the same, is it?
No, it's not. And the game throws these different challenges at you, and it's then down to the individual to
work it out.
Yeah, you're responsible for that out on the grass, and you know that's where you want people to think for themselves.
A dot ball and then a single to Sam Hain takes him to 146. Danny Briggs down on strike, 355 for 6. Rob Lord halfway through and over. Can I just draw Paul's attention to Headingley, where Yorkshire 676 for 7. They must have had a bit of a fallout there, Yorkshire and Northants, but Fateh Singh 37 overs, no maidens, 3 for 164. As Rob Lord comes in to bowl to Briggs' first ball, left alone, goes through to the keeper. And of course Fateh Singh, not supporters will know, the Warwickshire listeners may not. Another young spinner here, exciting talent. We've seen him in List A cricket for Notts. Gone on loan, one match, end of the season for Northants. Throw him in. 37 overs, no maidens, 3 for 164.
They're getting the money's worth, Dave.
Well, he's got the 2 Centurions.
His shoulders dropped off, but he's still going.
Yeah.
He's got the 2 Centurions, Lythe and Wharton, who made 285, and he's just got Dominic Bess out as well. Terrific stuff. Rob Lord, who's another talent we'll talk about as this goes through to the keeper. Lancashire let him go. Cheshire came here, did well. Really impressed at Guildford when he got his 5 for, so no surprises.
No.
He sort of got a bonus off the back of that.
Absolutely right, and I think he was one of those young players who fell victim to COVID, and he was one of those lads who at the end of his time on the Lancashire Academy, you know, decisions need to be made. COVID came around, 2 years wasted. All of a sudden it's like, right, I'm going to go again now.
Here it comes. Where's number 4? Bowls, and Danny Briggs defends.
And he's done nothing but impress since he came in. He was excellent in the second 11. Really good action, strong lad. Probably played more cricket in this last month and a half than he could have ever imagined. But he's responded to it well. It's not been without challenge. There's been different times when he's obviously felt it, because the game asks you to perform at an intensity that you're not used to potentially as a second team bowler or a minor counties bowler. You're bowling against better batters on better pitches, and these are all challenges, like I said before, that you have to meet when you first step into the first team. And so far the signs are really good. We're excited to work with him and see where we can help him get to.
I suspect there's runs in him as well.
Yeah, very much so. And the batting's a little bit raw, but he's got potential to make very valuable lower order runs, we feel.
Hain on strike. Oh, it was a great stop here in the gully region by Lord himself.
Nice for Sammy King. It's always nice, I think, when a sub-fielder goes out there and gets involved. Was he out for just one ball when he took that catch?
I thought he was in the wrong position. I wasn't quite sure what he was doing there. I was like, he obviously got called on, and then I was like, he was sort of in no man's land.
Yeah.
And then the next thing I know, it landed in his lap.
He knew.
Yeah. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, Dave.
James in here. Hain on strike. One slip. Oh, play and miss.
Been a tough season, Paul. There's no getting over it. The Blast disappointed. Won as many as you lost in the 50 over competition. The win over Lancashire first part of the season just kept you above the dotted line, and of course last week at Canterbury that all was ensured you'd finish above Lancashire and Kent. Been a lot of personnel changes. We were talking earlier about key positional changes. Been lots of wicket keepers, lots of different slip cordons as well. There's lots of little things that have gone just to disrupt the game. Lots of injuries.
James Hain wraps him on the bad.
Look, Dave, I don't think anybody's kidding ourselves in terms of where we're at the moment, and where we think we probably could have been. We didn't play well enough in T20. We struggled to put performances back to back together. We play well at times, but not for long enough. And that's sort of been the challenge again in our Championship cricket. We've played well at times, and we've looked good, and then other times it's dropped off a little bit, and we've not quite had that ruthless streak when we needed to. But that's playing in Division 1, right? That's how it should be.
Yeah.
And we've certainly got some ground to make up to really get into that top 4 or 5 and start competing for the Championship, which is what we certainly want to do.
James in. Hayne again struggled there. 2 slips now in the slip cordon. Just made a slight fielding change. One of that being a sub-fielder, and the other of Freddie McCann.
Tea in 20 minutes time. We'll let you go 5 minutes early to make sure you're across
Very
there
kind,
for the scones. We'll give Nicole a well-deserved break after this over and bring Clive back just in for the remainder of this session.
James in. 6 back. Oh, something on the follow through there.
Seems to be okay. Saw Mead go down earlier, that one that very nearly carried to him, and I should say it's, even with the moisture earlier in the week, it looks a bone hard surface there if you've got to dive and fall like he did with both elbows and knees out.
Particularly if you're falling on the square at this time of year. There's not much moisture left in the square at this time of year. The covers have been on since February the 23rd or whatever it is.
It's not that forgiving.
No, particularly you look at some of the footholds out there now, and you land in those and you're leaving your skin behind. It's not a nice place to be.
Yeah, field on the stump line at cover or mid-wicket and dive. James in here, defended by Sam Hayne. Looked a little bit awkward there. James bowled a good length. And that's the end of the over. He's 1 for 33. Warwickshire's 355 for 6.
More from Nicole after tea. She'll be in the queue for the scones and jam and cream. I'm just glad I've just checked this. Just a 52-year-old says he thinks that Sam Hayne's highest first-class score is 161. Deserves to better that, Dave. He says, I've just had a look, and I'm sure Clive will have seen it, but no, his first-class score showing us 208. So he's a very, very fine player. I'd have been surprised if he hadn't scored more than 161, but it's showing us 208. Why doesn't he play for Notts? Because every time he comes to Trent Bridge, he gets 100 not out.
You don't need to tell me how many runs he scores against us, Dave. Don't worry about that. It's the bane of my life. The amount of runs Sam Hayne gets against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
He averages 113 from 13 white ball games here. That's phenomenal, isn't it? That's not a small sample size.
No, it's not. And he's a lad that I know personally, because obviously plays for the Trent Rockets as well, and he's made a really good impression with us in that space. He's gone on to score many runs for us in that format as well. So he's a class act.
Clive's back with us. Burgess sort of contributed to his own downfall, Clive?
Yeah, I think he just enjoyed it as it is. I don't think he was too... he was playing his shots and eventually perished to one. But,
there isn't we were saying earlier though, there isn't a column on your career stats, is there, where it says how many times you're out in the 80s and the 90s. It's all about getting those 3 figures. How many did you get?
Not enough.
There you go.
Far too many scores between 70 and 90, Dave.
Yeah. It's important to convert, isn't it?
Well, it ultimately defines you if you're that way inclined.
Balls, and that's pushed out into the offside for no run.
Do you know your games, runs, average?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about them, Dave.
But you do.
Yeah.
You do.
Because that's all you've got when you finish. You're left with numbers and stats and various things that,
We've talked about Fletch for 15 years. Not a clue, not a clue, not a clue. You ask him now and he'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
I've played 149 first-class games. I've scored that. I've taken that many wickets.
I never believe players that say not a clue anyway. I'll give you an example of that. As Lord comes into bowl to Briggs, who drives at that to mid-on for no run. Chetan Patel used to say, I don't worry about stats. And I interviewed him towards the end of the season once and said, in the wickets game, I think you got 54 last season. No, I think it was 56. I thought you said you didn't.
Oh dear.
He could play, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Best overseas player Warwickshire, I would suggest certainly since Alan Donald.
I think he was one of those guys that the Warwickshire team functioned around during that period.
Yeah.
Certainly the fulcrum of the bowling attack.
That's short, and it's steered in the air, and Briggs goes, and it's a wicket for Lord, and it's the 7th wicket down. Briggs goes for a duck, so he's really missed out. Slightly casual, perhaps, playing at that short ball.
Is it James Hayes with the catch?
It was James Hayes. He just snuck on for 5 minutes there.
The subs are doing a good job here. This is where knots are going wrong. Need more subs on. A catch for Sammy King today on as a sub. A catch now for James Hayes on. And in fact, the only wickets they can get today are the bees, the killer bees. Barnard, Burgess and Briggs have all gone. You need more bees.
I think Farhan had just nipped off for a comfort break. He's trudging back on with the drinks. So Hazy probably stole a catch off him there, but yeah, decent short ball, and that's one of the things that Lordie's brought to our bowling unit, is that he can liven it up when he bangs it into the middle of the pitch.
James Hayes is one that's been around for 2 or 3 years, isn't he? And still just, I guess, waiting for a chance. We've seen the news, obviously Toby Petman and Tom Loughton are leaving. It's a shame when people do move on without getting a long run in the first team, but of course they've got to earn it. They've got to get there by however many means. Sometimes it falls in your lap just through weight of injuries in one particular week, and sometimes it comes through by weight of runs or wickets.
It does.
You just can't afford to be ignored any longer.
And it's not always as straightforward as people would believe either. Sometimes you can be playing well and still not get an opportunity, and other times you can be frustrated by a lack of opportunity because it just doesn't go your way. And in Tom Loughton's case, blighted by injury at times, at the wrong times. And in Toby Petman's case, other bowlers have been in the team and doing well, and he's not managed to quite not bash the door down and get a go at it. So 2 really good lads, 2 lads who've committed wholeheartedly to their time at Trent Bridge, and we wish them well for the future.
I had Stephen Mullaney here yesterday, and neither he nor I could remember a time where we'd lost a day with the Batman board not working. I don't know if you can either, but it's a very strange concept because you're just so used to keep looking up there.
Somebody just turned it off. It was glitching yesterday, the other morning, wasn't it?
Yeah. Apparently Jack Shanktra, the umpire, was seeing it as a distraction.
Okay.
There are words that Joe Clark also saw it as a bit of a distraction.
Joe probably didn't even know it wasn't on.
Here's Lord bowls and bobbed underneath. Is this Craig Miles?
Michael Booth.
Michael Booth coming ahead on the scorecard that we had printed on the first morning. Is Joe not a... there are some players, Jono would say if a fly moved 100 yards wide of the sight screen, he would spot it.
Yeah, that was very much Jono's want. I remember that as a young man, Jono wanting people moved from the gantry 50 yards left of where he was looking, and but I don't know, maybe Joe was just agreeing with Jack just for the sake of being agreeable.
There's Lord in once more, wide of the pegs, and of course this ground, it's one of the last remaining ones, I guess, where you've really got to focus in the sense that there isn't a sight screen down there. I wonder how it'll look when it's all eventually finished, but you are essentially looking, and if you can allow it just to affect your concentration if you start looking at the spectators right behind the bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly on this block of pitches where we're playing at the moment, slightly to the left of centre as we look at it from the commentary position. Back in the day, where the committee room is, Dave, in the pavilion there, they used to have these lovely floral hanging baskets, which would also cause a bit of an issue because they were more of a problem than the actual members, because 99.9% of the members sit still and don't move while the bowling's at that end, but some still have a little wander or will open the newspaper at the wrong time and you can't see what's coming. But the hanging baskets were the issue, particularly during sort of June, because that was flowering season.
So Hayne on strike just nudges that one out to the offside for no run, and James the bowler. Sun beginning to shine now, just when we could have done with a nice black cloud and a bit of rain.
Yeah, get
the sun's come out.
Yeah, I had to laugh actually all the times people are asked to cover up red shirts and forest shirts and all the rest of it, and the broad plaque at the far end, of course, is bright red.
Yes, that's straight behind.
Yeah,
probably pitch number whatever it says, just next to the door. So interesting where they find a spot for that in the future.
James comes in to bowl, and that's worked away by Haynes, just straight down the leg side. It's well fielded on the boundary, so Haynes only gets a single. Good pick up by Jack Haynes.
So just going full circle with where you came in, it's Clive who strongly believes that 8 points for a draw is far too
I don't
many.
use the word strongly, but I do think it's too many, yeah.
And what do you think is the right number, Clive?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay.
I just think a win is worth more than double a draw.
Okay.
I would suggest, anyway.
So what's it been? Let's have a think back. What's it been over
So,
the years?
well, I've been doing this so long that I remember when you got nothing for a draw, which
Okay.
I think is wrong.
Yeah.
And then it became 3, and then that was up when it was 12 for a win, and then it became 4, and this next one is just in the blockers played in the onside. And as you said, I think it was only because of COVID initially that they brought 8 in, because there were so few fixtures. They didn't want to greatly disadvantage a team that got hit by rain, which was fair enough. And then, did they revert to 6 last season and then back to 8 this season?
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense to me how we've changed that so many times over so many years. It's like we never seem happy with what we've got or what we've had. We always have to be tinkering with something to make it and justify doing it.
James comes into bowl, that's driven to mid-off, there's no run.
It seems strange that after the first 3 rounds of matches, Notts were the only team to lose a match, weren't they, in the first 2 rounds, but after 3 rounds, when a couple more sides had lost, we were sort of mid-table. We got a couple of healthy draws with healthy bonus points, and they were sort of not marooned at the bottom despite a relatively poor start.
And comes James to bowl, and that's flicked away to be a big square leg, and there's no run. I'm sorry if you've already covered this, but what would you then, Paul, where would you see there's a balance presumably between, on the one hand, wanting teams to value not losing,
Yes.
but on the other hand, being prepared to
Sacrifice to win
and go
of
for a
course.
win.
Where do I sit with it? I don't believe sometimes you can be so gung-ho to be win at all costs, because there has to be a value, particularly in 4-day cricket, of over a 14-match season of...
There's this one from James, and that's pushed out to the onside for no
As
run.
if you can't win, don't lose.
Yeah.
Because it's not a series, a 3-match series as an example. It's a 14-match season that starts in the spring and ends in the autumn, and there's lots of ebbing and flowing that goes on. So I'm not a guy that just... I'm not a poker player who just goes all in and says let's do that, because I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think there's a balance somewhere. Wherever you can, you look to create a winning opportunity, and if you can't get over the line with a winning opportunity, don't get beat. That's sort of what I grew up on, and I've never changed my opinion on that. Within that, there's going to be lots of different... the game's going to present lots of different challenges along the way. You're going to be asked to play in lots of different styles, aggressively, defensively. You're going to have to respect the new ball. That will never change at different times on certain pitches at certain times of the year. The ball's going to turn. There's all these things to consider that come into the decision making, and you hope to create a team and a squad that can cope with all of that.
It's Rob Lord to bowl the next over. This will be the 104th of the Warwickshire first innings. 356 for 7. He comes in now and bowls to Sam Hain, who's on 147, pushes it into the offside. If either side is concerned about bonus points anymore, Warwickshire need an unlikely 44 runs in 3 overs. I don't think they're going to do that. Notts need 2 wickets in 7 overs. Well, they may or they may not. We'll let you go at the end of this over if that's okay. If that doesn't sound too...
No problem at all, that's fine.
We're not kicking you out the door. You can stay for as long as you want, but we're very close to tea.
I'll just come back to, in a moment, to what Paul just said, just from a Warwickshire point of view.
Lord, who's got figures of 1 for 40 now, comes in and bowls to Hain, who gets his 148th run, square the wicket on the offside.
Because it is a difficult balance, isn't it? Because I know Warwickshire come under some criticism from members for what happened at Taunton this season, where they were in complete control of the match and declared to set Somerset 410, which they got. So they ended up losing the game, which they didn't have to lose because they were in complete control of it.
And we suffered similar criticism a couple of years ago at Lords, when we took a very aggressive approach in a really short space of time to try and win a game and get ahead of it.
There's Lord. Bowls driven back past him. There'll only be a single. Decent bit of fielding at mid-off. Yeah, that was a bit of a punt on the last afternoon after rain, wasn't
it? And after rain and various things, and you've got to work out in that moment, all things considered, what's on the table. What's in front of you? Have you got the resource to win the game, or do you think it's realistic that you can win the game? How many times do teams chase down 410?
Yeah, well,
in the history of the game, if you look at it in isolation, you'd say actually that it's probably in our favour. If we've got enough time here, this should be in our favour. As it turned out, it probably wasn't, and you hold your hands up and you walk away and go, the one that we suffered at Lords, with the benefit of hindsight, we turned around and said, well, maybe we're a little bit blasé.
Lord Bowles.
It was a little bit too much, maybe in Middlesex's favour.
Single for Booth, 359 for 7.
But clearly I know nothing, because the famous relegation saving match at Edgbaston, I know Warwickshire had to win, but I was thinking, this is ridiculous. They were going to set Hampshire about 130 to win.
Is this the Liam Norwell game?
Yeah, and they were going to set them 130 odd to win. I thought, don't be ridiculous. I know you need to win, but that's just stupid. Of course, although they did actually get bowled out, but that was only because they were trying to hit everything for 6.
Yeah, and I remember something very similar as part of the conversation making with my now boss, Peter Moores, at Old Trafford in 2010.
Lord past Chantry, stuck in short, goes through to the keeper.
When we were trying to win the championship that year, and we'd lost 2 days to rain and sun as a combination, and the last day we needed a certain number of points. Somerset were chasing us down, and the captains, as they do, have a bit of a chat about what's in front of them. And some of the numbers we were talking about, I was like, this is just ridiculous. This is so not in our favour. We've just got to try and... It helped clarify what we thought was the right thing to do. And from that point onwards, history is history.
Lord Bowles, that's a good shot. Bouncer. Michael Booth has to bob down underneath. He had to go very, very low as it goes through to the keeper. And it's the end of the over. 359 for 7. Yeah, you were the opener in those days, weren't you? You were Nottinghamshire's opener.
Yeah, the cupboard was slightly barer then, Dave. But
it was one of the great days.
Certainly proud to be part of that team, that's for certain.
It all panned out nicely as Fletch reflected on it yesterday, even though he didn't play famously. He was the first one on the field for the celebrations, hugging Andre Adams, and he was 12th man.
He was, but he played his part that season, Dave.
He did, he certainly did.
Certainly broke into the team and added some real quality, so it's very fond memories of a very good cricket team.
We'll let you get away for a cuppa. As always, great to see you.
Thanks, mate.
Winter well.
I'll do my very best likewise. Let's hope the Stags keep flying.
Well, and Notts County, of course.
Yes, of course, Dave. There are other football teams available.
Always a delight. Paul Franks with us
mate.
Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM, and on the live stream. We are maybe an over half, 2 overs away from tea, just enough time for Paul to get back and get his slice of cake as well. And again, always appreciate it when somebody comes up.
Lord into bowl. Hayne pushes that to the offside. Hayne about to bat through another session. All being well, he's on 149. Can he get to 150 before tea? As he does a little bit of gardening. Just looking up Hayne. His last double century was 2 years ago, to 2022. Yeah, potentially can get a double century here. I don't think this game's going to change, other than she keep batting until they're all out.
What was he on overnight? 59.
Lord comes into bowl to him, and that one got a bit of a leading edge on. Oh, and they've gone for a quick run. That would probably been out if it had been a direct hit. It would have been Booth that would have gone had the throw from Haynes hit the stubs, but it is 150 for Sam Hayne. Funny enough, he nearly ran out his partner going for a century, and now he's done it going for the 150, but he's got there. 299 balls for that 150, so slightly better than a 50% run rate, and 14 fours in that time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, wasn't it? It was a drop and run to get to his 100 with Ed Barnard. Very close to being run out.
But a terrific finish to a difficult red ball season for Hayne. That's pushed out to mid-on, there's no run. So he's missed 6 matches this season, missed the early part of the season while he was trying to recover from a difficult winter, and then had that misfortune to be ruled out for a couple of games when hit on the head, or Fortunately, his helmet was protecting him while fielding in close against Essex at Chelmsford. And who knows? We talk a lot about that match. It's been a particular low point for Warwickshire, the way it panned out. It might not have done if Hayne had not had to drop out of the game. That's beaten the outside edge of Booth, playing forward to that. He was replaced by a concussion sub, but even so, you just wonder whether he might have been able to steady the ship a little bit in that catastrophic second innings.
Did he get one or two England list A
He got
appearances?
yes, for against Ireland. Yes,
Yeah.
Is it one or two?
Yeah.
I'll look it up now. I'll tell you for sure. He definitely did get capped. Not anything like as much as he should have been. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
No, that was the point I was going
two
to make.
two ODIs. He got an 89 in one of them.
It's like Paul, who you've just been sat next to. He got one. There was a time where he was certainly, if not one of the top all-rounders, certainly one of the top bowlers in the country around about the turn of the century. But his one international appearance was at least on this ground against West Indies in 2000.
This next one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
It's funny, the man of the match, player of the match, man of the match for that match that Paul played in, England against West Indies, was Chris Gale. But it was Chris Gale for his bowling. He performed particularly well that day with his fairly gentle off spinners. Anyway, we are 1 over away from tea. Warwickshire 360 for 7 here at Trent Bridge. That'll take us to 4:30, and then we'll imagine we'll go from 4:30 to 20 past, and that should be the lid put on the 2024 season.
That's mystified some of us who watched Hayne, particularly with the white ball, that he hasn't had more recognition.
There's Rob Lord bowling to him, and this is blocked. Yorkshire, meanwhile, 723 for 7.
Which is the highest total anywhere this season, but I'm not giving any credit for them because they should not have batted on. Anyway, that is the highest total that anyone's managed this season in the Championship.
I'm surprised looking at it that Northampton only used 8 bowlers. You'd be giving the kit man and the scorer a bowl by now, wouldn't you? Fateh Singh 40 overs, 3 for 193. Here's Rob Lord bowling, lovely looking drive by Hayne into the offside, 151.
What do you say they're on now?
723 for 7.
Okay.
Does it need refreshing?
No, it's just that the highest total last season was 737, so that was Glamorgan against Sussex at Hove, so they might beat that as well.
Jordan Thompson's gone in at 9. He's 54 not out from 47, 3 4s and 4 6s. George Hill 53 not out. It's giving them a bit of a flailing around Headingley as Rob Lord in once more. This is driven by Booth up to mid-off, no run. Got Craig Miles and Ollie Hannon-Dolby still waiting for their first bat of this game. We lost both day 1 and day 2 morning sessions, and we finished a little early yesterday despite it not being as gloomy as sometimes we've seen it when they went off. But once you've taken a light meter reading, you sort of have to go by that through the rest of the game. But certainly seemed okay from up here anyway. Next one's pushed into the covers. I'll make it by all my devices that we're just past 3:10, so this will be the last over now. 2 balls to go until tea. 361 for 7.
Just trying to see what the highest county championship score ever is. I think I've found it.
Lord bowls, and then it's dropped on the leg side.
That's Yorkshire against Warwickshire in 1896. Yorkshire made 887. They probably should have declared that day as well.
Yeah. Who were they playing?
Warwickshire.
Oh, right. Oh, crikey.
Well, yeah, it was a draw, so they again did about far too long.
Didn't get 8 points for the draw there, did they?
No.
Last ball. Oh, what are we waiting for now? Umpire David Mills has he dropped his I think he's dropped his coins. He was just down there picking bits up left, right, and centre. Is Lord Bowles and defended by Booth. That will be T. 361 for 7. Sam Hain, a wonderful knock from him. He's 151 not out. Michael Booth 1 not out. The 3 Bs have been dismissed in that session. Ed Barnard for 81 to Farhan Ahmed. Michael Burgess for 56 to Lyndon James, and Danny Briggs without scoring to Rob Lord.
Just very briefly on that match, Warwickshire used 10 bowlers in that innings. Sid Santel 2 for 223. Yorkshire made 887. And Warwickshire were bowled out for 203 and followed on. They were 48 for 1 and probably laughing that Yorkshire batted on so long first time round.
Thanks, Clive. Thanks to Paul Franks for popping in this session. More from Clive and Nicole after tea. Just a quick plug as well before they go off from Beth in marketing. A reminder: the Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival tickets are still on sale. That's coming around a week on Wednesday the 9th until Saturday the 12th of October here at Trent Bridge as the players leave the field. The Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival, fireworks and street food nights. That's in early November, the 1st and the 2nd. Tickets in high demand for that one. If you like your firework night here at Trent Bridge, come along. There's lots of street food traders in attendance. And nearer to Christmas, Saturday the 7th, Sunday the 8th, the Drone Light Show, a Christmas carol. Matt Lucas will be the announcer, or rather he'll be the narrator for the drone displays here at Trent Bridge. Drone displays, we've droned on enough in this session. It's tea time here at Trent Bridge on the last day. 361 for 7 as the players leave the field. We'll all be back in 20 minutes. I hope you'll join us then.
Well, the umpires and players are coming out for what we think will be the final 50 minutes of the season. What's that mean?
Dave, do you want me to get out of the way?
No.
What?
No, go on, get in there. Get in there.
And Kirsty's joined us.
Hello.
Oh, hang on, which button is it? That one there. Sorry, try that
Is
one.
that the right one?
Is that right? Yeah. Why can't I hear you?
I can't hear me either, but that's
No.
probably a good thing.
What have I done wrong here, Dave? Oh, that one there. Okay, go
That's
ahead.
better. So Dave dared me to pop into the comms box, and now he's left.
Yes.
Just going to restart after teas here. Just going to restart after teas here. Thanks for that, Clive, turning me on. And we've got Kirsty in the main seat to my left.
I feel like I've got to live up to expectations that I'm not sure I can actually live up to.
No, you've got this.
No. Don't leave anything to me. It's a dangerous game.
No, you're all over it. I've been out there playing cricket with 3 little boys. One was 3. One was 5 or 6.
I hope you
Albert,
bowled them out. Oh, you make sure you got.
Albert, Arthur and Stanley. And their parents are members. They've come to every game minus one county championship game because they were on holiday, which I said we'd forgive them for.
That's pushed out by Hayne. There's no run. So have you enjoyed the season, Kirsty?
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable actually. I think every season it feels different. I know it's quite repetitive in the fact that we're here, we play games, and we see the same teams.
And that one is defended. Slater bowling, by the way. So we are now down to the slightly silly season cricket.
Slater's been in the captain's ear at tea saying, I want a bowl, get me on.
Sam Hayne defended the first. He will not want to get out to Slater.
It's almost like you know him, Nicole, because that's probably pretty much what he has been doing.
No, but I know a lot of cricketers, and I know I'd be doing the same if I was, well, luckily I wasn't in that case much, but if I was not a bowler or, not someone who was always a go-to bowler, I'd be saying I want the ball.
This one, Hayne just pushes out the offside.
Oh, Hayne's doing a bit of Strictly Come Dancing there. I quite like that.
It was quite wide, that, but he managed to get to it. If it's Warwickshire in the field, it'll be Michael Burgess now who'll be looking to have ball. He's actually not bad either. Slater around the wicket to bowl, and Hayne defends it. It's appealing for an LBW there. Not out is the call.
Another little shout out to that family. They all had hand knitted sweaters, and Stanley's soon going to be turning 4. Like I said, their family are members of the club. Only missed one county championship game.
That's played a long on, and Hayne will go through for a single. 152, be very keen now to finish not out, Sam Hayne. End of the over. Goodness knows who's going to bowl the next over. Do you want to say a couple of thank yous, Kirsty? David,
Yeah,
same?
it's just quite nice to hear some of the messages that come into Dave via X, and then obviously we're lucky enough to spend a bit of time out in the ground, especially Aaron presenting pre-shows in the morning, and people coming up and sort of saying thank you and stuff. So I suppose really from me and my kind of team, it's thank you back, because if they weren't there watching it or supporting it, then there would be, should we say, a reduced pleasure in doing it, because hearing the good stuff kind of drives you on as well. So thank you to everybody who has kind of approached us or sent messages in. We do pay attention, and it's definitely a driver in making things different and better every year.
Excellent. We are going to see Faham Ahmed continue from this end.
Hayne on strike. One slip in play here. Hayne rocks back, tries to turn that off his hip, but it's not successful. Hayne on 152 off 308 balls. He's played quite an innings here for Warwickshire. Ahmed in. Hayne rocks back, hits that one off his hip cleanly, out to the man in the deep. That's Rob Lord just picking that up as Hayne comes through for a single. But no, very impressed here. Kirsty's got a great setup and a great team. Not so keen on the commentary cam, but that's probably because I'm sat so close to it. But there we go. It is a good addition, and it's great. There you are.
There you are. And
Smile.
I'm going to do what I actually laugh about you lot did now. You see yourself on screen and you immediately change your posture.
Ahmed coming over now. Worked into the onside.
Yeah, no, I don't like the commentary cam. I do radio for a reason.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but it's back next year.
Okay.
Clive, wouldn't you want to be out there on TV?
No.
Can't talk you into that one. Ahmed comes in. Booth just defends that straight back to the bowler. 1 off 19 so far. Very patient from Michael Booth.
I actually starred in a TV advert in Spain when I was about 9 years old. That was my TV career.
Claim to fame there. Ahmed in. Slip in place. Someone in close on mid wicket. And that's Freddie McCann just collecting the ball. Another dot.
What was the advert for?
Books.
Okay.
They had a book company that did books which was part text and part cartoon.
Okay.
Just been over to the library actually and had a lovely chat with the people working over there. Really nice and really well bowled from Ahmed there. Works through onto the leg side and Booth's going to come through for 2 runs now to him, to his name. And brilliant, really lovely place. So if you do come along to Trent Bridge, do go into that library and have a look. Some memorabilia and books and really interesting, and some lovely people in there too. There we go. Dave, you are going to get a thank you email as well for your shout outs, telling everyone about the free books and going in there. Also had a nice little look in the pavilion before it changes with the restructure.
So what's your highlight of the season been, Kirsty?
Oh, I had a feeling you were going to ask me this when you were talking about it earlier.
I'm that predictable, I'm afraid.
I've listened to a lot of commentators. Well, do you know what? I love Welbeck. I love Welbeck when we get there. The build-up to Welbeck, a little bit, not so much. But no, I actually did enjoy Welbeck a lot this year. The weather can sometimes either be all in or all out there, and it was really nice this year to just be somewhere different. But you can't complain at the views we have from these offices, can you?
No, indeed. Well, Ben said he got 1 over, and that's it. Because Lord's now coming in. That's played onto the onside. There's no run.
Dave, were you expecting me to say that Welbeck was my favourite because you weren't there?
Well.
Oh, maybe they're saying something, Dave.
I don't think I've done a game at Welbeck yet. It's one that...
You'd remember if you had.
In comes Lord. Right arm over to bowl. And that's whipped away through the offside for 4 runs by Booth. Nice shot. Michael Booth, who'll be someone who could play a big part next season for Warwickshire. He should be English qualified by next season. Having been in this country for a while as a Durham University student. And he's certainly shown some promise with the ball. He does need to become a little bit more accurate, but hopefully that'll happen with time. He definitely has a bit of zip about him. He's batting right now as Lord comes to bowl to him, and he just pushes out to the onside. He'll get no run there.
So Dave likes to make out that we probably all don't like working with Dave, but if I am here to do some thank yous, and I do have a few more, but I will start with the person I was going to finish with, and that is Dave. And I'm not saying that just because I'm sat in his hot seat chair. But yeah, it's helpful when you've got people who work closely with you, help you, and also kind of listen to things that you're saying at the same time to kind of get you through a full season, really.
Lord into bowl. It's a bouncer which Booth ducks under. Possibly didn't need to bounce that high, but the umpire's not called it no ball. So 368 for 7.
Were you here, Clive, when I didn't have my glasses for a good 15 minutes and I couldn't actually see too much because Kevin had them next door. Thankfully, he did get them brought in. That was a funny little moment in this 4 days.
That one is pushed out to the offside. Actually, there's a little bit of... It's getting slightly gloomy here.
We've just said that on our screens next door, actually.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden just gone a little bit...
The light meter's coming out, guys.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think they would need much excuse.
Well, it came out
To an
earlier.
end.
You wait 5 minutes.
I think we struggle to find anyone on the field who'd object, to be honest, if they did decide to come off. And this one, Booth turns round the back of square leg for a single. He's on to 7.
No, I was gutted when Imi had gone home and I couldn't play cricket with her again at teas, so went and found a different family to get involved in.
She was very appreciative.
Oh, it was really nice. Pads are coming out now. The umpires are thinking about the light meter.
But we do joke about it, but actually if you look to the right of us, the cloud is a lot heavier than anywhere else around the ground.
Yeah, and the floodlights do look a little bit brighter, so...
The umpires are, I think, going to put the light meter on. So I have to look at it anyway. Could this be the end of the season? Slightly untidy finish, but
I don't know if they are
no,
yet.
we've got to carry on.
Thought about it. Ahmed coming from the Radcliffe Road end then with one slip in place. And now just a man going in close under the lid on the leg side. Michael Booth on strike on 7 off 27 balls so far. Warwickshire 369 for 7. And this will be the 110th over of their innings.
Yeah, so last over for bonus points. This only really affects... it doesn't affect anyone very much, but Notts need 2 wickets this over to get a 3rd bowling point.
Warwickshire are not going to get to 400.
Doesn't look like it.
It'd have to be a lot of no balls. Ahmed coming in here. Booth on strike, goes down for a sweep. Plays and misses. Just outside the line there. We've got one man on the deep on the leg side at mid-wicket.
It looks pretty certain now that Worcestershire versus Lancashire will be a draw, because Worcestershire 226 ahead with 1 wicket left.
Ahmed in. Flighted delivery defended by Booth. Not that convincing, but no runs scored.
What that means is Worcestershire will hold on to 6th place, and Warwickshire are going to finish 7th, and Nottinghamshire 8th.
Ahmed coming in up and down. Booth sits back to that, defends it straight back to the bowler. It is getting chilly out there, mind.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players with hands in pockets, hand warmers. Joe Clark's actually not at slip, where he's been pretty much all the time. He's now at mid-on. Ahmed in, down for a sweep. That's going to run away for 4. Good shot from Michael Booth. It clatters into the sponsors' boards. Favourite moment of the season, other than Welbeck? Go.
Oh, I find it so difficult.
It could have been a catch. It could have been something funny on the camera.
I'll be honest, and this is me kind of bigging up a crew member of mine. One of my favourite moments, or most impressively proud moment, and he is on one of our cameras today, was when Spence, who's normally on the pavilion roof, managed to pick a ball out almost as it hit the bat, follow it right the way through a very bright sky, and see it land on the pitch for the other side of the boards for a 6.
Oh, that's cool.
And in my world,
that's really
that's
good.
great. Yeah.
Okay. Well done. Spence is his name.
It is. I was going to say I will sneak a few thank yous in after the end of this over, and then I will leave Dave to his hot seat.
Ahmed coming in, Booth on strikes, just defended it straight back to the bowler. That's his over, that's his 35th over. He's bowled 35 overs, 3 for 102 so far, so a serious stint there from the 16-year-old. And I'm sure, well, saying that, he loves to bowl, and we've seen that definitely in his preparation. Just seeing the light meter going on to the stumps at the Stuart Broad end.
I think they'd like to come off, wouldn't they? But
well, I'm thinking about it. Did they actually put it on then? We're having a bit of a chit chat. And that looks like that's it.
yeah.
They're shaking hands, and the umpire's popped the light meter on. It says it's too dark. Everyone's shaking hands.
So that is the end of the season. Warwickshire finished 373 for 7, and Sam Haynes batted through. Well done to him. He finishes 153 not out. For the record, Nottinghamshire get 14 points, and Warwickshire get 12, I think I'm right in saying. But both these teams... Oh, hang on. Oh, we have finished, haven't we? Yeah, I thought they were still out in the middle there for a moment. But yeah, so there we are. Both teams will be back in the First Division next season. Thank you, Kirsty, for joining us.
Just going to sneak in a very quick thank you to every single member of the crew who's kind of worked for us this season. You have stood out in absolutely boiling hot heat and absolutely freezing cold wind and rain, including a thunderstorm. So thank you so much for your support this year. A huge thanks from myself and Aaron to the club for having us back, and hopefully we'll be back next year. And Aaron has specifically told me to thank him for being head of, is it Wise and Leeds?
Wise and Leeds, yeah, Wise and Leeds.
Kirsty, thank you very much indeed. So there we are. That's just what you want to say, a final word, Dave?
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, yeah, again, thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for everything they do. Thanks to Kevin Howells, who's been here looking after the ship for the last 4 days, to Nicole for her company and commentary, and adding an awful lot to this last round of matches. To you, Clive, always a delight to share a commentary box with you, and to everybody else, especially the listeners out there, many thanks for being there. We do it because you ask us to do it. You seem to like the product that is out there. If you'd like to let your local county know, let the BBC know, let the ECB know, it would be appreciated over the winter, because we'd like to come back and do it again next year if we possibly can. But the season is now officially over here at Trent Bridge. Safe travels to all the Warwickshire contingent that are here, and as I say, winter well. Thanks once again to Nicole and to you, Clive.
There we are. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Dave. So thank you for being with us. So we leave you with this match drawn. Warwickshire finished with 373 for 7, and these two teams will be playing each other again next season in the First Division.